dark wings carried dark words across the war-torn realm. But this time the tidings did not come from a raven. Rumors spread on the tongues of guards, tavern wenches, and roving merchants alike. The king of the Iron Islands, Euron Greyjoy, intended to wed the Lady Sansa Stark. The notion alone seemed an affront to all sense of decency and history. Euron, a man rumored to consort with black sorceries and bleed kingship from the eyes of his enemies, and Sansa, the prim young flower of Winterfell, once a gentle maiden of songs. Though the notion of uniting the North with the Iron Islands seemed beyond madness, the realm had seen countless impossibilities knit into fact since the War of the Five Kings. Another such impossible union was simply another link in that strange chain of history. In the Vale of Arryn, where Sansa had taken refuge under the watchful eye of Petyr Baelish, she found her world quietly upended. How this arrangement had come about, Sansa never fully knew. She suspected Lord Baelish's machinations, ever spinning threads for advantage. Or perhaps it was the newly recrowned king on the Iron Islands, hungry for alliances and eager to plant his unsettling banner in the wide soils of Westeros. The official reason, if one could call it that, arrived by letter sealed with a patch of black wax in the shape of a kraken, a symbol as menacing as Euron's repute. That letter demanded an audience. On the outside, it was couched in courtesy, speaking of forging alliances that might benefit the North's future. But each line read like a threat, or at least a promise of uncertain times to come. In the Aerys' lofty halls, Sansa walked the corridors with measured steps, fear and caution her silent companions. Autumn sunlight streamed through glass windows, casting ribbons of light on the floor. She used to find some comfort in these corridors. Now each polished tile felt treacherous. When she entered Petyr Baelish's solar, where he was pouring himself a cup of wine while regarding the letter, she held her breath and tried to still her trembling hands. He looked at her with a calculative gleam. "My dear Sansa," he said, in that voice so soft and so false. "The future rarely unfolds as we expect." She listened, letting him speak. His half-smile indicated both pleasure and regret. Euron Greyjoy was rumored to have defeated his own kin to secure the Seastone chair, cast out the foreigner who had tried to claim the Iron Islands, and reaped a frightening reputation for black magic and cunning. The proposal, Baelish explained, was for a marriage that would secure the North from the Ironborn raids and, in turn, allow Euron to place a delicate foot on mainland power. She had wondered if the Vale would protect her from such a fate. But Baelish, though always professing to protect her, had a far grander game in mind. Sansa was a key piece. If Euron could bring the might of his Ironborn fleets to bear for some cunning plan of Baelish's, what was one niece, one pawn, traded on the board? Sansa felt the memory of her father's lessons in the Godswood, the memory of her mother's voice, the memory of that dream she once had of a golden-haired prince carrying her off into a chivalrous story. She was no longer that child. She had grown wise to the ways of cunning men. But the question was, could she refuse? Baelish had guided the letter from Euron as if it were a gift from the gods. She realized, with the iron weight of dread, that she was trapped. Even if the North had begun to reassert some measure of independence, the name Greyjoy carried old traumas. Euron Greyjoy was a far cry from Theon, and he certainly was not a man who had once lived as a ward in Winterfell. He was the man who turned up after years at sea, claiming to have traveled as far as Ass-High by the Shadow. People whispered he trafficked with warlocks and priests of dark gods. People said he'd torn the tongues from his entire crew to ensure his secrets never left the deck of the Silence. His infamous worship. What place could Sansa Stark have at his side? Yet the letter had been explicit. Sansa's presence was required for negotiations. She was not so naive to think that negotiations meant anything beyond a forced agreement. Refusal likely invited open war on the Vale or any stronghold that dared to hide her. Petyr Baelish was cunning enough to see no advantage in that. So Sansa was tidily prepared, her gowns and traveling cloak readied, and in the cloak's deep folds, she carried with her a hidden bitterness. She told herself that she must survive this as she had survived so many other cruelties. This was just another path, another corridor in a castle of conspiracies. When she was escorted from the Vale, The mountains loomed around them like gray sentinels. The journey toward the coastal stronghold, where Euron agreed to meet them, was cold and perilous. Sansa rode in a comfortable litter, though she rarely slept, anxious about the shape of her fate. Peter Baelish traveled with her, a small retinue of Vale knights in tow, each man watchful of the road. In these uncertain times, outlaws and brigands abounded. Occasionally, Sansa would gaze out of the litter's curtains and see peasants laboring in fields, or travelers with ragged cloaks passing them on the road. None guessed the predicament that weighed on her heart. At last, they arrived at a remote fortress perched on the rocky edge of a bay, battered by ocean winds. There, Euron Greyjoy's ships, black-sailed and ominous, had anchored. The wind carried the tang of salt, and gulls wheeled overhead, cackling like harpies. Sansa stepped onto the gravelly shore, her heart pounding as she spied the silence among the anchored vessels. Its decks strangely empty, no drunken songs or raucous yells, only a cloaked silence. Then she saw him, a tall man with dark hair and a trimmed beard, a patch covering one eye. He wore black leather shaped into the stylized silhouette of a kraken. His single uncovered eye reflected the daylight with a keen, hungry glint. Peter Baelish greeted him smoothly, bowing with a cunning smile that Euron answered in turn with a short inclination of his head. Then Euron's attention snapped to Sansa, scrutinizing her from head to toe. She felt her cheeks flush in involuntary shame at being examined like a heifer at market. She curtsied, telling herself to remain poised, remain calm. She was no longer the timid bird of King's Landing. Euron Greyjoy's grin curved, revealing a flash of teeth that looked more savage than courtly. "Lady Sansa," he said, "the wolf maiden of Winterfell, grown into such a strong creature these days. No doubt you have endured much, but you needn't fear. The Iron Islands can be generous hosts." His smooth voice carried an undercurrent of menace. She forced herself to smile in that polite, social way she had learned. "I am grateful for your invitation," she managed. "I hope we can come to an understanding that benefits both sides." Euron smirked. "Oh, I have no doubt we will." Without further ado, they ascended into the fortress, crossing through gates hammered with rust. The keep was old, previously belonging to some minor lord in service to House Arryn, but now Euron's men had claimed it for this meeting. The main hall smelled of salt, fish, and old timbers. A dais at the far side boasted a table where Euron's principal captains gathered. Peter Baelish, forever prepared to butter up potential allies, offered a few words about how the Vale could aid the Iron Islands in forging alliances across Westeros. Euron did not seem especially enamored with Baelish's flattery, but he let the Lord talk. Meanwhile, Sansa watched Euron's captains. Grizzled men wearing salt-stained leather, many of them bearing scars from countless raids. They eyed her with curiosity or disinterest, though a few wore half-leers as if speculating about the new prize. Eventually, the talk shifted toward the marriage, and Sansa felt her pulse climb. Peter spoke as though this arrangement were wholly in Sansa's best interest. Euron, seated comfortably, swirling a cup of dark wine, nodded with a languid satisfaction. But it was Sansa who, at length, took a breath and spoke up. She asked the question that burned in her mind. "What do you truly want from this union, Lord Euron?" He cocked his head slightly, amused. "Lord Euron. Yes, that's good. Respect, from the start." He paused, sipped from his goblet. "I want to anchor myself in the mainland. The north is reeling, and your house is scattered or broken. Yet the name Stark still carries weight and magic of its own. The Vale stands behind you, do they not?" His lips curled in a mocking grin. "I intend to be the mightiest power in the seas of Westeros. The child of this marriage, should the drowned god be so inclined, would tie the Iron Islands to the north. And you, Lady Sansa, would gain the protection of the greatest fleet in the known world. If that does not appeal to your sense of survival, perhaps we can talk of grander dreams." Her mouth felt dry. She recognized that all these grand claims might only mask ambition. Euron would want to eventually seize more territory. If she refused, he would find another means of wedging himself into the mainland. perhaps a savage campaign along the coasts. So she forced herself to remain calm and said, "It seems we are both placed in a position of necessity." He tilted his goblet toward her in a silent toast. "Indeed, Lady Sansa, necessity births the greatest of pacts." Within the span of a fortnight, the terms were hammered out in a swirl of negotiations, half-veiled threats, and Baelish's careful manipulations. Sansa found herself stunned by how quickly the arrangement took shape. The wedding was to be held on Pike, in the austere presence of the drowned god, or so Euron insisted. Peter acted as if this were the most natural conclusion, giving Sansa gentle reassurances that she would be safe and that the Vale would remain an ally. But Sansa saw the glint in Baelish's eyes. He was probably quite satisfied to rid himself of her, to trade her off for the Iron Fleet's potential support in his own schemes. She traveled by ship with Euron's men. They placed her on a longship more comfortable than the typical Ironborn raiding vessel, though comfort was relative. The smell of brine was everywhere, and the constant lurch of waves tested her stomach. She spent hours with her cloak wrapped around her, staring at the horizon. Euron himself captained his dread ship, Silence, not far off, always in view. Whenever she glimpsed that ominous hull with its painted red maw at the prow, a shiver ran down her spine. That ghostly vessel never signaled or shouted. Not a voice carried on its decks. Thus, Sansa made her forlorn journey westward, around the rocky coasts, passing lighthouses and sea cliffs, heading ultimately for the Iron Islands. She wondered if there was any chance to flee, but Euron's men guarded her closely, their eyes never straying too far. The only other occupant of her vessel with whom she had any civil conversation was a young Ironborn woman named Mara, who seemed to pity the Northern lady's plight. Mara had once been a reaver but confessed she disliked the old reaving ways. She told Sansa, in a moment of surprising candor, "Our new king is not like Balan or any others we've had. He has visions. He wants more than just raids. But I'm not sure if that's better or worse." Sansa thanked her softly for sharing and found a small comfort in hearing that Euron at least had some sort of grand plan. Maybe if he truly aimed to unify realms, he might treat her better than a savage. Still, deep down, Sansa harbored no illusions. This was the man rumored to have killed his own brothers for the Seastone chair. The approach to Pike was bleak. The stronghold jutted from craggy stacks of stone in the open sea, connected by narrow bridges that swayed precariously in the wind. Waves smashed and frothed at the base of the pillars. The keep itself was battered by centuries of storms. Sansa had never set eyes upon a fortress so seemingly inhospitable. It looked as if it might crumble into the sea any day, and yet it stood, a stubborn monument to Ironborn resilience. They disembarked in the rocky harbor, ascending steep paths up to the gates. The wind whipped Sansa's cloak around her legs, tangling her hair in knots. The sky was a bruised gray, threatening rain. Euron was waiting on the causeway, wearing a gleaming scale cloak of black leather, his single eye blazing with something close to triumph. He gestured for her to walk with him, leading her across a swaying rope bridge that tested her nerve at every footstep. Beneath, the sea roared. Sansa clutched the ropes so tightly she imagined splinters embedding in her palms, but Euron strode forward without fear, sure-footed on the precarious walkway. At last, they reached the great keep, where braziers burned and a few black-robed priests of the drowned god muttered their saltwater prayers. She was ushered inside, the door clanging shut behind her. The entry hall was dank, water dripping from the stone walls. A tall man with a stooped back approached with a bowl of salt water. Euron bade Sansa to place her fingers inside. She did so reluctantly, feeling the frigid water and recalling some half-remembered custom. A wedding on the Iron Islands was stark indeed, but a wedding was what she had come for. All that day she endured Ironborn traditions. The priest, wet-robed and chanting of the watery halls beneath the waves, asked Euron if he would pledge to pay the iron price for his bride if any dared oppose him. Euron's jesting smile seemed to indicate that he would do so if necessary. Sansa felt her throat tighten, but she reminded herself that no one was going to help her if she faltered. Her northern pride sustained her. If she must be married, She would do it with a stiff spine, no trembling. The ceremony itself took place on a rocky outcrop behind the keep, with the crashing ocean as witness. The wind was a relentless whip, scattering her red hair across her face. She wore a gown the color of the sea in storm, provided by Euron's household. The cloth was heavier than she was used to keep out the chill. Over it she wore a silver foxfur cloak, a token from Peter Baelish. In that moment, she felt the utter strangeness of her life. A Stark in the Iron Islands, betrothed to a man who wore the sigil of the Kraken. She closed her eyes and tried to imagine she was somewhere else, some dream or some quiet corner of Winterfell's godswood. But a priest poured icy salt water over her hands, reminding her there was no escaping the brine-laden reality of her fate. Euron's voice was strong, echoing off the wet stones as he spoke his vows. He declared that by the salt and the sea, by the twisted net of the drowned god's domain, she would be his wife. He slid a ring on her finger, a ring hammered into the shape of a kraken with small black stones for eyes. The ring felt cold and heavier than gold had a right to be. When she said her part, her own voice quavered, but she managed to keep it from cracking. She said the words that bound her to Euron Greyjoy, sealing her future in an ocean of uncertainties. When the priest pronounced them wed, Euron seized her hand firmly. There was no gentle bedding ceremony as in the south, but iron-born onlookers let out a rowdy cheer, and a few captains hammered their axes on the rocks. Nearby gulls took flight, startled by the clamor. And so Sansa Stark, last known heir of House Stark, at least in the eyes of many, became queen to a savage king of the Iron Islands. That evening, they feasted in the Great Hall of Pike. Or rather, the iron-born version of feasting. Barrels of black ale and sour wine were cracked open, fish stews and roasted eels served on battered trenchers. The men drank in great gulps, slamming their fists on the tables and bursting into briny songs that lauded the drowned god and the iron-born way. Euron sat at the head of the hall, Sansa beside him. He drank deeply but never seemed to lose his composure. She noticed that though he reveled in the rowdy atmosphere, his single eye darted around from time to time, watchful for any sign of disloyalty or threat. The hall stank of wet wool and unwashed bodies. Sansa tried to keep her composure, nibbling at the fish stew. In truth, her appetite was minimal. She could not quite shake the swirl of dread beneath her sternum. When the hall grew riotous enough, some men started wrestling contests. Others brawled half in jest, half in seriousness. Someone plucked a salt-stained lute and sang a bawdy tune. Through it all, Euron made sure to speak loud enough for all to hear. "My queen is a Stark, a name revered throughout the north. Let none question our power when the kraken wraps its arms around the wolf." His voice carried that mockery and grandeur in equal measure. Sansa felt each word like a subtle chain closing around her. She forced a demure smile, glancing at him. "May the alliance prove fruitful," she said as calmly as she could. Late into the night, she retired to the chamber Euron designated for them. It was a room high in the keep, battered by the wind. A single brazier flickered in the corner, and the bed was made of driftwood, the thick covers smelling faintly of sea salt. Euron joined her, his presence filling the space with an almost electric tension. He did not speak for a moment, only stared at her with that single gleaming eye. She felt as if he could see through her, into her secrets and fears. He took a step forward. She tensed, remembering how such nights had gone in the past with other men. Joffrey's threats, though that wedding never happened, the forced marriage to Tyrion, which was awkward but not cruel, then her near escape from the Lannisters' clutches. Now, she was at the mercy of a man rumored to be the worst of them all. To her surprise, Euron placed a hand lightly on her shoulder and said, "You don't need to cower." "I am not cowering," she retorted, though her voice was shaky. His grin was razor-thin. "Good. We have an alliance, you and I. There's no need to treat me like a savage who can only rule by fear." She swallowed. "Yet your reputation suggests otherwise." He laughed, the sound dark and low. "Yes, I imagine you have heard stories. The stories are not entirely untrue. But a reputation is a tool, and it can be shaped to one's needs. He traced her jaw with a knuckle, which made her breath catch. "I will not pretend to be a gentle knight of the seven," he went on. "I'm ironborn. I take what I want. But you are a lady of the north and now my queen. I will treat you as such, for it pleases me to do so." She did not resist when he leaned in, though every muscle in her body was on edge. She allowed him to kiss her, the brine taste of his lips something she did not want but accepted as her reality. He did not push it further that night, though. Eventually, he pulled back, stepped away. "Get some rest," he said in a rough whisper. "We have a realm to bring to heel." With that, he left her alone, shutting the door behind him. Sansa stood there, trembling. She was uncertain what to think of him. He was as predatory as rumored, but not wholly without cunning. He wanted to keep her as a valuable piece in his game. For how long that would remain a shield against his crueler inclinations, she did not know. In the days that followed, she learned to navigate life in Pike as the new Kraken Queen, as some Ironborn mockingly called her. She wore plain dresses of thick wool, usually in dull hues, with the single bright spot being her fiery hair. She found the castle's corridors to be damp and narrow, the salted air always swirling. She also discovered that Euron kept to himself for Perio. DS, sequestered in some hidden chamber to which only certain drowned men had access. Rumor said he practiced black arts, though she saw no direct evidence. Sometimes at night she would wake to find him absent from their bed. Other times he would sit at the table, poring over charts of the seas or reading archaic texts in languages Sansa did not recognize. She did not know how to pass the time. There were no courtyards to walk in, no godswood. Instead, she sat by the window, listening to the crashing waves, her mind drifting to thoughts of her scattered siblings. Were they even alive? She had heard faint rumors of Jon leading some effort in the north, but she could never be certain. She wondered if her brother Rickon had survived. She heard no mention of Arya, as always. Time felt as ceaseless and merciless as the sea itself. Euron would occasionally summon her to dine in a small hall with a few trusted captains. He never struck her or abused her in public, as so many had warned might happen. Instead, he displayed her, this wolf-turned-kraken queen. Sometimes he teased her with sharp barbs about her once gentle ways. She would respond calmly, avoiding the traps that might lead to a humiliating confrontation. If she had learned anything from her time in King's Landing, it was how to keep her composure and reveal little. Gradually, she gleaned more about Euron's designs. He had consolidated power in the Iron Islands by making short work of any who opposed him. He had re-equipped the Ironborn fleets, forging alliances with Selsails from Essos. Now he was eyeing the coastline of the north, not for reaving, but for something bigger. He wanted a base of power on the mainland. The wedding to her gave him a thin veneer of legitimacy. If the North were to rally around the name Stark, he could claim that House Stark and House Greyjoy were allied. Of course, that was a monstrous notion to most Northerners, but times were desperate. If he marched in with an overwhelming fleet, perhaps some lords might bend the knee to the king consort in the north, if Sansa were at his side. Hearing such talk filled her with dread. She had no desire to see the north forcibly subdued. But how could she sabotage Euron's plans without forfeiting her life? The Ironborn were fierce, loyal to the concept of paying the iron price. They respected Euron for his cunning and ruthlessness. Even if she tried to slip a dagger between his ribs, there would be a host of reavers waiting to avenge him. Moreover, she had begun to sense that Euron was not just physically formidable, but also armed with uncanny instincts, as though he could sense betrayal like a shark sensing blood in the water. Still, she held on to the faint hope that she might manipulate the situation, perhaps slow him down, or direct him into a less destructive path. She had learned from Baelish's example. Knowledge and cunning could be weapons. Yet time and again, she felt overshadowed by Euron's aura, as if he were a storm cloud, blocking out the sun. One afternoon, as the gulls wheeled overhead and the tide hammered the rocks, Euron escorted her out to the walls. He seemed in a mood to talk. "I suspect," he said, "that you hate this place." She eyed him guardedly. It is very different from Winterfell. He gave a low laugh, a gentle way of putting it. Did you know I once dreamed of capturing Winterfell, setting my black banner above its towers? I pictured the snow red with the blood of kneelers who refused to yield. But that was before I realized how valuable a living Stark might be. Sansa forced herself not to let her horror show. I've heard the Ironborn rarely come so far inland. He nodded, looking out at the sea. Yes, it's not our usual domain, but I'm not a usual Ironborn. I do what others won't dare. I see the shape of things to come. House Lannister is weakening. House Tyrell is no more. Dorne is quiet. The Targaryen girl has vanished across the sea. The north is battered by war and winter, but it stands. And if I come as a friend, not a raider. He let the words linger. She tried to measure her response. Some Northerners will never accept an Ironborn friend, especially one with your history. They remember Moat Cailin, Torrhen Square. They remember the old raids. His grin was predatory. Then they will learn to accept it, or they will learn another lesson. Fear is a powerful teacher. She thought of the small folk, of the houses that still revered the memory of her father. She considered if there was a path to broker some compromise. But Euron's words were unwavering. He wanted dominion. That night, Sansa found Euron at a table with a strange artifact, a horn banded with Valyrian steel. She had heard rumors of something called Dragonbinder, a monstrous horn that was said to bind dragons to a master's will. But this horn seemed smaller, less elaborate. As soon as she entered, he covered it with a cloth, as if to hide it from her. "What is that?" she ventured. "Nothing you need to worry about yet," he said smoothly. "Just a curiosity from my travels." She watched him. "You've sailed far." He nodded, an odd gleam in his eye. "Farther than any man in Westeros. Farther than any man should. I've sailed beyond the smoking seas of Valyria, glimpsed wonders and horrors alike. That's why this land is so easy to tame. Once you've stared into the blackness of the world, mortal squabbles seem almost quaint." She did not know how to respond to that. Instead, she said, "If you continue with your plan to claim the North, I only hope you'll spare the innocents who have already suffered so much." His laugh was low, almost amused. "You might find me savage, my queen, but I'm not without strategy. Slaughtering peasants doesn't serve my purposes. Bending the lords, that is the challenge." Sansa pressed her lips into a line. She bowed her head slightly, hoping to keep him at ease. Inside, her thoughts whirled. Maybe if the lords of the North realized that she was under duress, they would not side with him. Perhaps they would mount a resistance strong enough to repel him. But Euron's fleets were formidable, and he might launch terror from the coast. She felt a sick anxiety swirling in her gut. A week after the wedding, word arrived of a northern delegation traveling south to parley. Euron, upon hearing this, announced with glee that they would sail north and meet these lords on the coastline near Deepwood Motte or Torrhen Square. He wanted to display his new queen and proclaim his alliance. Sansa wondered who these lords might be, and whether they recognized the danger they would face if they stepped onto Ironborn vessels. Euron prepared a small flotilla with Silence at the lead. He insisted Sansa travel aboard Silence with him this time, to present the image of their united front. The day they boarded, Sansa felt a clammy dread. The deck was silent indeed. Dozens of men moved about, but none spoke. Their tongues had been ripped out. When she first realized the scope of Euron's cruelty, her stomach lurched. He offered no apology. "Loyal men these," he said. "They keep my secrets." The voyage was unnerving. Even the gulls seemed to avoid silence. Euron would stand at the prow, the wind whipping his cloak, as if he were some sea god surveying his domain. Sansa stayed near the stern, looking back at the churning wake. The occasional Ironborn captain or priest boarded to speak with Euron, then departed. She saw strange artifacts, wooden idols, bone charms, carried in and out of his cabin. Yet no voices rose on deck, no music or cursing or chatter. Only the hiss of the sea and the creak of the timbers. At last, they arrived off the coast near Deepwood Motte. A few days prior, Euron had sent a raven stating that he, along with the Lady of Winterfell, wished to parley with any northern lord who would treat with them. The hope, or so he claimed, was to discuss alliances that would ensure peace. Sansa doubted peace was Euron's prime motive, but she held on to some hope that perhaps a conversation might dissuade him from open invasion. They anchored in a cove, and Euron sent out a smaller skiff to the beach, carrying one of his black-robed drowned priests. The priest signaled with a tall staff carved to look like a writhing kraken. After some tense hours, horsemen appeared on the shore. Sansa recognized the banners from afar. A white sunburst on black, the sigil of House Karstark. A tall pine on snow, the sigil of House Glover. These lords had once supported her brother Robb. Would they still be loyal to the Starks, or had the wars changed their loyalties beyond recognition? Euron decided to land personally, but insisted on bringing Sansa as well. Sansa's heart pounded at the thought of stepping onto northern soil for the first time in what felt like ages, but she worried for her own safety. Euron's presence, however, guaranteed she was more valuable alive than dead. She accompanied him in a rowboat, along with 4 Ironborn guards. They landed on the rocky shore. She stepped out, her boots sinking into wet sand. The northern wind hit her, carrying the pine-scented air. For a moment, her heart squeezed with longing. She wanted so badly to run inland, to flee these monstrous men. But that was impossible. Standing on the beach were Lord Glover and Lord Torrhen Karstark, a handful of men behind them. Their expressions were stern, eyes flicking warily to Euron's black leathers and to Sansa by his side. She wore a cloak pinned with the Kraken sigil, but beneath it, the gray fur collar might evoke a memory of House Stark. Lord Glover's eyes narrowed. He bowed stiffly. "Lady Sansa," he said, "it has been some time since the North has seen you." She swallowed, trying to gather her composure. "Lord Glover, Lord Karstark," she greeted. "I trust you received our message." Euron stepped forward, a faint smirk on his face. "We come in peace," he announced. "I've wed the Lady Sansa, uniting the Iron Islands with the true blood of House Stark. We wish to forge a new alliance, one that might see the North thrive." Lord Karstark's lips twisted. "You speak of alliance, King Euron, but I've heard tales of Ironborn raids along our coasts. What guarantee do we have that such depredations will cease?" Euron spread his hands expansively. "The guarantee of my might. With Lady Sansa as my queen, I have little reason to make war upon her homeland, do I? Our ships will patrol against outlaws. In exchange, we ask that the North recognize my claim to these coasts." "Your claim?" repeated Lord Glover. "This is northern land, by all that's right." Sansa could feel the tension crackling. She quickly interjected, "Lord Glover, perhaps we can find an arrangement that spares more bloodshed. The North has suffered greatly. If these negotiations fail, more conflict will surely follow." He regarded her with an intense gaze, as if measuring whether she spoke sincerely or was but a mouthpiece for the Ironborn. He finally said, "Your mother was Catelyn Tully, a woman of principle. Your father was Eddard Stark, who always sought to protect the North. Would you have us bend the knee to Ironborn to avoid war?" She lowered her head. "I would have us seek any path that preserves lives and ensures the North's future. Winter is here. We have no men to spare in fruitless battles. The Ironborn fleets are formidable." Her words tasted bitter, as she was essentially supporting Euron's demands. But she hoped that at least by speaking of negotiation, she might soften Euron's impetus to ravage the North. Euron fixed the lords with a hard stare. "We'll have your answer by tomorrow's tide. If you refuse to treat with us, I will take what I want by force, and none of you will be spared." The Karstark and Glover men bristled, hands sliding toward the hilts of their swords. Euron's guard likewise tensed. For a moment, Sansa feared blood would be spilled, but Lord Glover said, "We will parley with other northern lords and bring word back." Euron gave a languid smile. "Do so quickly. I am a patient man, but not infinitely so." With that, the brief meeting ended. The Ironborn returned to their skiffs, leaving a palpable tension on the shore. Sansa felt a hollow ache in her chest. She knew what Euron's ultimatum implied. The North must submit or face the fury of the Iron Fleet. And if the Lords refused, war would come again. The thought of the North burning under iron-born reavers chilled her. She recalled the old stories of the invasions, how Winterfell once endured an occupation by the Greyjoys. She felt the dread of history threatening to repeat itself. That night on Silence, Euron was in high spirits. He poured himself heavy goblets of wine and boasted to Sansa of how the North would soon bend. She sat across from him, her expression taut. "They won't do it willingly," she said. "Northerners are proud. They've endured so much. Many would rather fight." He shrugged, as though a war was merely a trifling inconvenience. "Let them. My ships can blockade the coast, starve them of supplies. We can strike along the rivers, burn their watchtowers. In the end, they'll see sense." Sansa tried another tack. "You speak of wanting a realm, but a realm battered into submission is no realm at all. If the people hate you, they will rise up eventually." He snorted. "Then I'll put down their rebellions, one after another, until the only voices left are those praising the drowned god." She realized reason might not sway him, but she persisted, letting a hint of desperation creep into her tone. "Is that how you want to be remembered? A tyrant, forever quelling revolts? It's not stable. If you truly want to be a king recognized by all, you need the hearts of the people." He regarded her with a curious tilt of his head, as if she were some puzzling map. "You speak as though I want love. I prefer fear. It's more reliable." She pursed her lips. "Love can be reliable if it's nurtured. The North revered my father because he was just. They revere House Stark. If they believed that House Stark was behind your cause, truly behind it, they might follow. There." She let that implication hang. Euron's expression shifted subtly. He took a long drink, gaze never leaving her. "So you suggest you step forth, proclaim that the North is under your rule, that you willingly joined with the Ironborn, that we are one, that I'm not just an invader, but a partner to the wolves." She nodded slowly. "Yes, but you would need to show them mercy. Let them see that you won't pillage their homes. Let them see that you respect their ways. Show them that you are not a monster." He breathed out through his nose, a harsh sound like a half-laugh. "Convincing them I'm not a monster might be a tall order. But if you stand beside me, they might believe it for a time." She dared to place her hand on his forearm, meeting his gaze. "It's the only way. If you come in blood and fire, the North will never kneel to you, and even if they're forced to, they will never give you peace." He studied her for a long moment. She could see calculations in that single eye. Then slowly he said, "I will consider it, but don't mistake me. I'll not be balked by defiance. If they push me, I'll push back. Hard." She nodded, the tension in her chest easing slightly. It wasn't a victory, but it was a small step. She could at least try to shape his approach, reduce the devastation that might come. Within days, further ravens flew between Silence and the coast. Some northern houses refused to even entertain Euron's demands. Others demanded time or tried to remain neutral. The dread of an iron-born incursion lingered over them all, especially as the skies remained gray and the nights grew colder. In that time, Euron's men scouted the coastline, capturing smaller fishing villages to stock up on supplies. Sansa was appalled at how quickly Euron asserted control, posting reavers in these hamlets. He insisted the reavers keep the peace, not pillage, but reports still trickled in of beatings and the occasional theft. Euron chalked it up to men's nature. She realized that a veneer of restraint would never fully tame the iron-born thirst for plunder. Soon, Lord Glover returned with a handful of banners. Small houses loyal to the memory of the Starks or simply fearful of the Ironborn. They agreed to a parley on the outskirts of Deepwood Motte, with Sansa present to speak for the new alliance. Euron was delighted, seeing it as the seeds of his conquest. They met beneath a stand of tall pines, the ground soft with fallen needles. Euron arrived in black boots and a battered breastplate shaped like a kraken. Sansa accompanied him in a muted green gown. On the other side waited Lord Glover, joined by some lesser lords of the surrounding region. The banners of House Stout, House Branch, and House Glenmore were visible. A few older knights stood watchful. Sansa stepped forward, her heart hammering. She recognized some of these men from when she was a child, glimpsed at Winterfell feasts. They had aged, lines carved in their faces, but they still wore their loyalty on their sleeves. She spoke carefully, appealing to the memory of her father, the desire for stability in the north, the threat that more war would bring famine and suffering. She told them that Euron Greyjoy, her husband, wished to unify the region against common threats, be they from the southern lords or foreign invaders. She was mindful not to mention the rumors of White Walkers or the dead, uncertain who believed such tales now. Euron stood silent until she finished, then added, "No Ironborn raids will touch these lands, so long as you recognize the new order. The North is free of southern entanglements. We aim to keep it that way." Lord Glover raised a brow. "You aim to keep it that way by forging an alliance with the Iron Islands? Are not the Ironborn as foreign to us as any southern lord?" Euron's smirk was predatory. "But we are not your enemy if you choose to kneel. The wolf stands with the kraken now." Pregnant hush fell. One of the lesser lords spoke up, his voice quavering. "Lady Sansa, do you truly stand by this man of your own free will?" She felt the tension spike. Was this her chance to cry out that she was forced? But Euron was beside her, and she knew the Ironborn had watchers in the trees. If she gave a sign of open defiance, blood would be spilled. Instead, she found herself nodding. "I do," she lied, "and I ask you all to trust me when I say I want what is best for the North." Her words wobbled slightly on the last phrase. A portion of her hoped the lords would see through the ruse, that they might plan a resistance behind the scenes. But outwardly, the effect was that Sansa Stark had declared fealty to Euron Greyjoy. Lord Glover exhaled, looking older than his years. "We have endured House Bolton, House Frey, the Lannisters, all manner of tyranny. Now the Iron Islands come, brandishing Our Lady as their queen. We have little strength left to muster a great rebellion." He looked at the ground, almost ashamed. "For the sake of my people, I will bend." A subdued murmur rose from the other lords. Some nodded, some looked away, their jaws tight with resignation. Euron's smile broadened. He strode forward and clasped Glover's hand. "Wise, your lands will prosper under our protection." Sansa watched, a hollow ache in her chest. The men were kneeling not to a rightful king but to a terror with a single eye. And yet, if it spared them an immediate slaughter, it might be the lesser evil. The next weeks blurred together. Word spread that House Glover and its allies had submitted to Euron Greyjoy. News trickled further north, where other houses might waver, uncertain if Sansa Stark was indeed FO, ridging this alliance or if it was some elaborate trick. Euron pressed on, stationing his men in certain key strongholds. He made Sansa accompany him, traveling to the next region, the next seat of power. Each time, he demanded fealty. Each time, Sansa gave carefully worded assurances. Her name and presence made the difference between immediate surrender and a pitched battle. Many lords, worn out by war, complied rather than risk ruin. On the nights they camped inland, Euron kept a tight guard around himself, never fully trusting the mainlanders. Sansa noticed his restlessness grew the farther from the sea they traveled. He seemed like a caged beast. On more than one occasion, she heard him mutter that he needed the sound of waves, the smell of brine, or he felt uneasy. It was during one such inland camp, near the edges of the Wolf's Wood, that Sansa saw a chance to speak privately with a northern retainer. He had come with Lord Glover and recognized her from childhood. Under the cover of darkness, she managed a quick, whispered exchange. The man's voice trembled with emotion as he said, "My lady, are we to surrender all we are to these iron-born devils?" She hesitated, gazing at the flickering torchlight that cast shadows on the nearby pines. "I don't want the North to suffer," she whispered. "I am doing what I must to save lives. But you must be ready if an opportunity arises." He frowned. Opportunity for what? Freedom. For the North. Keep your hearts loyal to our cause. And when the time is right—" Her voice trailed off as she sensed movement in the shadows. She quickly straightened, nodding curtly to dismiss him. An Ironborn guard emerged, eyeing them suspiciously, but said nothing. The retainer slunk away, and Sansa returned to Euron's side, her heart pounding. She had planted a seed, though she did not fully know how or when it might bear fruit. Days passed, and Euron continued his campaign, half intimidation, half cunning diplomacy. Sansa realized that as much as the men feared him, they also feared the chaos that might ensue if they didn't submit. Better a dreaded king than a land battered by war yet again. Lords with battered levy forces and hungry peasants saw little choice. House by house, Euron locked down the coastline and significant interior roads. Some defiant pockets still held out, refusing to yield. Euron promised to deal with them in time. He also insisted that Sansa write letters to the heads of certain houses that still had not bent. Her name and seal at the bottom was a powerful tool. She despised forging those words, but if she refused, Euron would punish not only her but the small folk in the defiant lord's domains. Each letter she wrote felt like a betrayal of her father's memory, but she told herself it was to buy time, to keep more innocents from being slaughtered. Winter tightened its grip. Blizzards began to sweep across the north, making travel by land more perilous. The Ironborn thrived by sea, though the storms of winter seas were no easy foe either. Sansa wondered if nature might become an ally, if the savage cold would hamper Euron's ambitions. But he seemed determined, forging on with a fanatic's zeal. One evening, Sansa ventured onto the deck of Silence while it was anchored in a sheltered bay. Snow fell softly, dusting the black timbers. She watched the flakes melt on contact with the sea. Euron came up behind her, silent as a cat. He placed a hand on her shoulder, his warmth startling in the frigid air. "Winter in the north," he mused, his breath pluming in the cold. "It's harsher than anywhere else in Westeros, or so they say." She nodded, keeping her eyes on the swirling snow. "A time for the strong to survive, and the weak to perish." He smirked, removing his glove to run his fingers through her red hair. "I've heard that Starks have some special connection to winter, that the cold itself answers to your blood. Tell me, is that true?" She exhaled softly. "I don't know. Perhaps it's just a rumor." He turned her to face him. "You've been so calm through all of this. One might think you're plotting behind my back. Should I worry about that?" She met his gaze with as much steadiness as she could muster. "You married a wolf, Euron. Wolves have claws. If I wanted to strike you, I would. But look around. My home has been battered by war. I see no hope in more bloodshed. I'm tired of war. I want stability, for myself, for my people." He studied her for a moment, and she could feel the tension of that single eye piercing her. Then he nodded slowly. "Perhaps we want the same thing. Our methods differ, but I too want power that can't be toppled by the next wave of chaos. I've endured enough chaos to last lifetimes." She stepped back from him, hugging her cloak closer. "We have an entire realm to subdue, or so you claim. Winter might do the work for you if these lords don't find enough food. But you'll have to feed your own men, and the Ironborn are not farmers." His laugh was dark. "You suggest we feed on the mainland's bounty." She stilled her expression, though the thought appalled her. "If you pillage the small folks' grain, you'll breed hatred. Better to offer them fair trade." Euron's smile was thin. "Trade. The Ironborn seldom trade. But times change, and so must we, if it ensures a stable hold." She nodded, uncertain if he was truly receptive or just humoring her. This could be a new era for the Iron Islands. For the North, if you show mercy, fairness. He turned away, looking out into the darkness. "We shall see. For now, we continue until all major houses bend." They returned to Pike with some measure of triumph. Euron boasted that half the North was effectively under his sway. Sansa felt only heartbreak at how easily the battered lords had capitulated. She also heard rumors of pockets of resistance deeper in the interior, where certain bannermen refused to kneel. She suspected that if her siblings were still alive, they would rally those pockets. If only she could contact them. But she was isolated on Pike whenever Euron was away. Time dragged on. She endured the odd mixture of Euron's cruelty and strategic cunning, occasionally witnessing glimpses of a mania that lurked in him. He would vanish into the deeper vaults of Pike, sometimes returning smelling of strange incense, speaking cryptic lines about visions he had seen. She wondered if he truly dabbled in sorcery or if it was all an elaborate front. Their marriage bed was a complicated dance. He was not gentle, nor was he needlessly violent. He seemed to relish the idea that she was his prize, the wolf queen he had claimed. She steeled herself each time, focusing on survival. Afterward, she would lie awake, listening to the ocean winds rattling the windows, her mind drifting to old memories of simpler times. She told herself to endure, that she had endured worse humiliations. And if a day came when she could break free or save her homeland, she would find the strength. Months passed as winter deepened. Euron's presence in the north was solidifying, with a chain of loyal or coerced lords. Meanwhile, Sansa tried to gather information from the ravens that arrived. She gleaned rumors. A Targaryen queen rumored to have returned in the south, White Walkers haunting the far north, a bastard of House Stark calling himself king in the north. Sansa's heart pounded at that rumor. Could that be Jon? But Euron dismissed the tale as nonsense. Then came a fateful message from the wall itself, carried by a raven half-dead from cold, detailing dire warnings of the undead. Most men dismissed it as fantasy, but Sansa felt a prickle of terror. She recalled old Nan's tales, the stories her father never laughed at. If any of it was true, the North had a threat far worse than Euron Greyjoy on its doorstep. She gathered her courage and approached Euron about it. She explained, "If the threat from beyond the wall is real, your hold over the North will be meaningless if the living are overrun." He sneered. White Walkers, children's stories. Even if they exist, how do they cross the wall? She pressed on. The wall might not hold them forever. There are rumors it has cracks, that there's some ancient magic failing. Euron, if the North is truly to be yours, you need to protect it. We need allies, maybe even those in the South. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Allies in the South? The Lannisters are weakened. The Reach is in chaos. The Vale is in Baelish's pocket. The Riverlands are a ruin. His single eye danced with cunning. But you might be onto something. If I claim to be the king who defends the realm from the dead, perhaps these northern fools will rally behind me more fervently. She inhaled. So you'll consider sending men to the wall? He shrugged. Perhaps a token force. It would look good. Let them see me as some grand protector. He gave her a dark grin. And if the threat is real, I suppose we can always retreat to the Iron Islands if the dead come. Sansa felt a stab of despair. He thought of everything as a move in his game, but at least he was not fully dismissing the possibility of addressing it. She hoped that in so doing, he might inadvertently allow a real defense to be mounted. In the weeks that followed, Euron began sending ravens to the Night's Watch, asking for more information about the threat. At the same time, he pressed onward with the subjugation of the remaining northern lords who refused to bend. He personally led a campaign to the Rills, home of House Ryswell, which had dug in behind their walls. Sansa accompanied him, well guarded. She hated seeing men forced to yield, but she was a figurehead, the Stark bride wearing the Kraken ring. The final stronghold was the Dreadfort itself, once held by House Bolton. Rumor said it was largely abandoned after Ramsay's demise, though some lawless men had taken refuge there. Euron marched on it with a combined force of Ironborn Reavers and coerced northern bannermen. Sansa stood outside the walls, snow whirling around her, as the battered gates were forced open. Inside, they found little but stray dogs and the ghosts of old atrocities. Euron seemed almost disappointed there were no real foes to crush. That evening, they set up camp within the grim courtyard. Sansa walked the corridors, remembering how she had once dreaded the Boltons. Now they were gone, replaced by another brand of terror. In a dusty room, she found old scrolls from the Bolton line, genealogies of flayed lords. She shuddered at the thought that the North had been so close to total ruin under Ramsay. Now a new threat had replaced him. She heard Euron's voice echo from the main hall and entered to see him rummaging through leftover furniture, as though searching for anything of value or amusement. He picked up a flayed man banner from the floor, sneering at it. Then he tossed it aside, turning to her. "The Boltons had their brand of savagery," he said, "but they lacked ambition. They were content to rule the North. I want more." She pressed her lips together. "You want the rest of Westeros?" He shrugged. "Perhaps. Or perhaps the rest is not worth the effort. The North is the largest territory. If I can hold it, and the Iron Islands, I hold the lion's share of this continent." Sansa gazed at him, a swirl of conflicting emotions in her chest. She had once dreamed of a chivalrous king. Now she was married to a marauder. But she was still alive, still cunning enough to see the shape of power. If the realm was indeed threatened by an undead army, then ironically Euron's monstrous presence might keep the living lords together, at least for a time. She left him to his rummaging and found a quiet corridor, leaning against the cold stone. Her breath misted in front of her, tears gathering at the corners of her eyes. She thought of Robb, of Ned, of all those who had been lost. She wondered if the North was cursed to fall under monster after monster. She loathed her role in enabling Euron's dominion, yet she also recognized that refusing him might have led to even more carnage. It was a terrible balance, and the weight of it threatened to crush her. When she returned to their tent in the courtyard, the night was deep and frigid. Euron had uncorked a skin of sour wine. He offered her some. She refused. He let out a brief laugh, then said, "You look haunted." "I am," she said bluntly. "The Dreadfort has seen horrors beyond imagining. I once dreaded being brought here as a prisoner. Now I am here as a queen to another terror." He arched a brow. "You think me as bad as Ramsay Bolton?" She turned away, her voice hollow. "In your own ways, you are both nightmares. I want the North to be safe. I want the endless cycle of blood to end." He shrugged. "Perhaps in time the cycle will lessen. But first we must secure everything. And I must root out any last flicker of rebellion." She swallowed, her stomach twisting. "If you leave these people no hope, they will rise against you the moment they see the slightest chance." He regarded her. "That's why I have you, my wolf queen, to quell their hearts. They see you as a sign that House Stark endorses me. So you must continue to speak your pretty words about unity and peace." She inhaled shakily. "And if I refuse?" His gaze turned hard. "You will not refuse." Then he softened slightly, stepping closer, placing a hand on her cheek. "Don't be afraid. Keep your composure, your cunning. I prefer you alive and at my side. I've had enough forced loyalty. That's why I keep your face unmarked, your spirit unbroken. Because it amuses me to see how far you'll go to protect your people." She fought the urge to recoil. He was telling her plainly that her continuing to act the loyal wife saved not just her life but also might spare the North from the worst atrocities. The strangest part was that in his own twisted way, he seemed almost to admire her for that. They spent the night in uneasy silence. Outside, the wind howled like hungry wolves. Sansa wondered if the real wolves, her siblings, scattered across the world, might still be out there, rallying some hidden power. She prayed to the old gods, though the Dreadfort had no godswood left. She prayed for deliverance, or for strength, or for some lightning stroke of fate that would set the North free. In the months that followed, Euron returned to Pike for stretches, consolidating his rule, dispatching loyal Ironborn to watch over key northern seats. The lords who had sworn fealty began sending tribute, grain, timber, furs, to Pike and the Iron Islands. It was a forced arrangement, but at least there were no large-scale massacres. Sansa was forced to pen more letters, effectively ruling as a puppet queen for the North. She saw each one as a painful compromise, but the alternative was an Ironborn crackdown. Word came that the undead threat at the Wall had become undeniable. The Night's Watch sent frantic missives, calling for unity among all houses to face the oncoming darkness. Some watchers claimed a portion of the Wall had indeed collapsed. Euron saw an opportunity and called for all northern lords to muster under his banner to meet the threat. He declared that the North had one king, Euron Greyjoy, and that he would lead them in war against the dead. Sansa watched the dispatches, half astonished. This move, however cynical, might unite the living. But deep down, she knew the northern lords would follow him in name only. Their hearts were not his. Perhaps if they went to face the undead, the lords might find a way to break his hold. She prayed for any chance that the living would not trade one doom for another. As the forces mustered in the winter gloom, Sansa found herself traveling with Euron and a gathering of Ironborn captains, heading north again, this time truly north, beyond the last hearth. She saw half-frozen rivers, endless fields of snow, the sky tinted with pale winter light. The cold bit through her furs, though Euron seemed to relish the challenge, as if the extremes of the environment proved his own fortitude. Reports said the White Walkers were advancing from the far north, sweeping through deserted wildling villages. The Night's Watch had retreated from many outposts. The living needed to rally near the new gift or risk being overrun in scattered pockets. Euron's plan was to form a single massive host, Ironborn and Northern levies alike, to hold the line. Sansa doubted Euron truly cared about saving the realm, but he did care about preserving his newly claimed territory and his life. If the dead triumphed, even the Iron Islands might eventually fall. His men grumbled about the landlocked campaign, but Euron reminded them that any spoils gleaned from future conquests required them to remain alive. So they marched, the traveling columns of Northerners, a ragtag group of old men, young boys, battered knights, and reluctant peasants, joined with the Ironborn. Sansa rode near the front with Euron, enduring the suspicious stares of her countrymen. She heard them call her the Kraken's wolf behind her back. She feigned indifference, but inside, she was tormented. Had she become a traitor in their eyes? In the twilight of a short winter day, they arrived at the chosen site for the muster. The Frostfang Fields, a broad plain just south of the edges of the haunted forest. Makeshift palisades were erected, watchfires burned. The wind carried the smell of pine and the faint hush of distant snow. Euron set up his command tent, flying both the Kraken banner and the direwolf of House Stark. A twisted combination that would have enraged Robb or any true Northman of old. More forces trickled in. Sansa looked around desperately for any sign of Jon Snow or other siblings. Finally, word reached Euron that a large party approached from the east, bearing the direwolf banners alone, unsullied by the Kraken's insignia. Euron's face tightened, suspecting a challenge. He ordered his men to gather arms and stand ready. That evening, as the pale sun dipped behind the horizon, the new arrivals emerged from a dense stand of fir trees. Their banners snapped in the wind. At their head rode a figure swathed in dark fur, a long sword at his hip, a stern expression etched into his features. It was Jon Snow, king in the north, if the rumors were true. And by his side, tall and grim, rode other northern lords, men who had not bent the knee to Euron. Sansa felt her heart leap at the sight of her half-brother, alive, leading an army of free northerners. Jon rode forward into the ring of torchlight near Euron's tent, ignoring the hostile stares of the Ironborn. Sansa stepped forward, breath catching in her throat. "Jon," she breathed. He turned his gaze on her, recognition flashing. "Sansa." His voice carried disbelief, relief, and heartbreak. She saw that he'd aged beyond his years, the lines of command and sorrow etched in his face. Euron walked up beside her, a hand resting on his sword hilt. The tension was thick enough to choke. "So, you're the famous bastard of Winterfell, king in the north, or so they call you," Euron drawled. Jon ignored him for a moment, focusing on Sansa. "I heard rumors, Sansa, that you were..." His voice shook. She swallowed the lump in her throat. "I married Euron Greyjoy," she said softly, hating the taste of the words, "to save the North from further destruction." Jon's eyes narrowed, flicking to Euron. "And has the North been saved, Sansa? It looks more like it's bent under the Ironborn's yoke." Euron smirked. "We prefer the term, united under a single banner. But if you want to fight Snow, you'll find we have quite the advantage. Jon's hand clenched around the reins. We don't have time for another W. They are among the living. The army of the dead approaches. We have seen them. We have fought them. He gestured to a group behind him. They are unstoppable unless we join forces. Euron raised a mocking eyebrow. That's exactly what we're doing here. Joining forces to stop the dead. But you, ironically, remain outside that unity. Jon glared. Because I won't kneel to you, nor will my men. But we came here because we cannot afford to let old grudges doom us. If you truly want to stop the White Walkers, let us fight them together, side by side. Let the living make a stand. Afterward, once the threat is ended, we can settle who rules the North. Euron's grin broadened. A temporary truce? How convenient for you. Once the dead are gone, you'll turn that sword on me, no doubt. Jon's eyes flicked to Sansa. I only know that the dead must be stopped. If you truly care about preserving your power, you'll need every sword you can get. Even if it's mine. Sansa stepped in, voice trembling with urgency. Euron, please. Jon is right. We cannot face the horde divided. If the walkers overrun us, there will be no one left to rule. A hush followed. Euron looked from Sansa to Jon and back. At length, he let out a soft laugh that held no mirth. You want to fight side by side, in one host? Very well. Let the living gather. Let us meet this undead threat. But mark me well, Snow. If you try to pull any treachery, I'll have your sister flayed alive or worse. Jon tensed, fury twisting his features. Sansa placed a hand on his arm, silently pleading with him to accept. Jon forced himself to nod. I accept your terms. We stand together. That night, the greatest host the North had mustered in a generation formed. Euron's Ironborn, Sansa's coerced bannermen, Jon's Free North, and various other scattered forces that had pledged to no one but the cause of the living. Tents spread across the snowy field like a small city. Bonfires lit the sky, and men readied themselves for the unthinkable. Sansa found a moment to speak privately with Jon, away from Euron's watchful presence. They stood by a row of pine trees, the wind rustling the branches overhead. Jon's face was grim, his jaw clenched. Sansa, what have you endured? She felt tears prick her eyes. More than I can say in a few words, Jon. I'm sorry. I had no choice. He forced me, he threatened the North. So many had already died. I couldn't. He shook his head, placing a gloved hand gently on her shoulder. Don't apologize to me. I'm just relieved you're alive. She swallowed. Jon, after this, after we face the dead, you must help free the North from him. He nodded, eyes flicking with determination. I will. But first, we survive what's coming. The walkers are no story. We've seen them. We have a handful of dragonglass weapons, but nowhere near enough. We lost contact with Daenerys Targaryen, who was rumored to have dragons. She may be too far or never come at all. Sansa's pulse quickened. Dragons. If only they had that power at their side. She pressed her lips together. We'll fight with what we have. The Ironborn will help, though Euron sees it only as preserving his spoils. For now, that's enough. They talked a little more, exchanging what news they could. Sansa felt both comforted and heartbroken to see Jon again, to see how war-worn he had become. But she was grateful for his leadership. He had the unwavering loyalty of many northern houses. She might be forced to front as queen for Euron, but Jon was the North's rightful champion. In the days that followed, the living host prepared for the coming storm. Scouts ventured beyond the camps, returning with haunted expressions, reporting sightings of massive white armies moving south. The nights grew colder, the winds sharper. Tensions ran high. Euron's men and Jon's men glared at each other, though brawls were kept to a minimum by stern discipline. Sansa spent the nights in Euron's tent, lying awake, listening to him breathe. He seemed almost excited by the impending clash, as if a war against the undead was just another challenge to prove his might. She found him monstrous and mesmerizing in equal measure, a man drawn to the darkest edges of existence. At last, one frozen dawn, the White Walkers descended upon the living. It began with an eerie mist creeping across the plains. The ground crackled with hoarfrost. The living forces arrayed themselves in lines behind makeshift fortifications, torches blazing, archers prepared. Jon and Euron, ironically side by side, though separated by an invisible gulf of hatred, commanded from a vantage point. Sansa was urged to stay back, near a ring of guarded supply wagons. She stood there, heart pounding, fear roiling in her stomach. From the mist came the whites in uncountable numbers, skeletal forms and rotting corpses shuffling across the snow. The living unleashed arrows, catapult stones, flaming pitch. Euron's ironborn, surly but disciplined, manned some of the flanks. Jon's Free North held the center. Sansa heard the clash and the screams as the first wave of undead met the living lines. The cacophony was unimaginable. Metal on bone, shrieks of terror, roars of defiance. Sansa glimpsed the dreaded White Walkers themselves. Tall, gaunt, pale as frost, with icy swords that shattered steel. She saw men fall, never to rise, or worse, to rise again under the enemy's command if the Walkers willed it. Fear paralyzed her, yet she forced herself to remain present, to direct the supply lines, sending fresh quivers of arrows forward, urging the men to stand firm. At one moment, Euron strode by, his face alight with a wild grin, swinging a Valyrian steel axe he had looted from somewhere. Frost rimed his beard, but he seemed unstoppable, cutting down whites with savage glee. She almost thought him inhuman, stoked by an unholy fervor. Nearby, she saw Jon cutting his way through a cluster of whites, Longclaw's steel gleaming with runes. The men of the north fought bravely, forging a wedge that drove back the undead. For hours, the tide ebbed and flowed. The living host slowly yielded ground, retreating to the final palisade. Then a horn sounded, 3 blasts that signaled the White Walkers themselves advancing en masse. Sansa stood in horror as the lines threatened to break. Euron roared commands, ordering a shield wall. Jon rallied his men. The clamor of battle reached a fever pitch. Then, through the swirl of mist, a horned figure on an undead horse rode forward. The Night King, if the tales were true. He raised an icy spear, and the ground crackled with fresh whites rising from those newly fallen. A wave of terror swept the living ranks. Euron's men quailed. Even he hesitated, faced with that supernatural presence. Jon shouted for archers to loose dragonglass-dipped arrows. Some found their mark, dropping whites, but the White Walkers pressed on. Despair threatened to overwhelm Sansa. She watched men she knew from childhood fall to the relentless onslaught. Then, in a sudden swirl of wind, a sound like thunder filled the sky. Dragons, 2 of them, their scales dark against the pale sky, descended, spewing jets of fire. Sansa gaped. She had barely believed the rumors. The dragon's flames tore through the undead ranks, incinerating hundreds of whites. She saw the White Walkers recoil, brandishing their icy weapons. The dragon's sword, one black and red, the other greenish bronze, raining fire that hissed against the snowy ground. A renewed hope ignited among the living, and they pressed forward, Euron howling like a madman as he charged, Jon leading men in a furious push. The White Walkers, caught between dragonglass arrows and dragonfire, began to fall back. The whites collapsed in droves under flame. Sansa exhaled a shaky breath, tears streaming down her face at the spectacle of living fury turning the tide. Yet the Night King himself, perched on some undead monstrosity far in the rear, hurled a spear of ice at the black dragon. The beast swerved, letting the spear glance off its shoulder. A roar of pain echoed, but the dragon did not fall, wheeling around for another pass. Sansa's heart clenched at the close call. The living lines advanced step by bloody step, driving the whites into the blazing pyres left by the dragon's scorching breath. The White Walkers retreated, their supernatural presence withdrawing into the swirling storm. At last, the tide broke. The undead army pulled back beyond arrow range, and the battered living host stood victorious. For now, bodies littered the field, twisted lumps of flesh and bone. The stench was overwhelming, but they had held. When the dragons landed near the living lines, a figure dismounted from the black and red beast. A young woman with silver-gold hair, clad in dark leathers. Daenerys Targaryen. She conferred with Jon, though Sansa couldn't hear their words. Euron approached too, obviously intrigued by the dragons. His single eye shone with a mix of awe and greed. Sansa, still shaking, managed to walk toward them. She heard Jon speaking to Daenerys, his voice raw from shouting. "Thank you," he said. "Without your help, we would have been overrun." Daenerys, regal but visibly tired, responded, "We fight for the living, all of us. I only regret I could not come sooner." Euron stepped closer, sizing up the dragons. "You've brought quite a power to this field, my lady." His tone was oily. Sansa recognized it as the same mock-courtly manner he'd used with her. "With dragons, perhaps we can burn them all." Daenerys looked him over coldly. "And you are." He smirked, bowing extravagantly. "Euron Greyjoy, King of the Iron Islands, and, through marriage, King Consort of the North." Daenerys glanced at Sansa, confusion and concern flickering in her violet eyes. Sansa gave a tiny nod of confirmation. "You side with the North, then?" Daenerys asked Euron, her tone suspicious. "For now," Euron replied. "We stand against the dead. We can settle matters of crowns afterward." Daenerys' gaze settled on Sansa, who stood slightly behind Euron, her expression a mixture of relief and dread. The Targaryen queen then turned back to Euron. "Indeed, the living must unite. But be warned, once this threat is ended, I will not suffer pretenders lightly. My claim extends over all Westeros." Euron's lip curled in challenge, but Jon quickly intervened. "We have to regroup and burn the whites while we have the chance. They can't be allowed to rise again." The immediate crisis pressed them. All turned to attend to the ghastly work of disposing of the undead remains, caring for the wounded, and shoring up defenses in case the White Walkers renewed their assault. Sansa threw herself into aiding the healers, distributing bandages, offering comfort to the dying. She felt her stomach knot at the sight of so many men, both Ironborn and Northmen, lying broken. But amid the horror, she caught glimpses of something she had scarcely dared hope for. A fellowship among the living. Men who had spat at each other a week ago now helped each other to their feet, shared canteens of water, or lifted the wounded onto stretchers. Euron oversaw a portion of the battlefield, barking orders to the Ironborn to collect dragonglass weapons from the fallen, brandishing his own battered Valyrian axe. Now and then, Sansa caught his eye, and he would give a slight nod, as if acknowledging that her warnings had proven correct. They needed every sword if they were to stand a chance. Jon and Daenerys convened with the other leaders to plan the next move. The White Walkers had not been utterly destroyed, only pushed back. The final confrontation loomed. Euron had no intention of ceding command to Daenerys. Tensions threatened to flare. But for now, the battered host needed rest, resupply, and a plan to finish what they had started. Sansa listened quietly, offering advice where she could. As the short daylight faded and the wounded moaned in triage tents, Sansa realized that the unholy union between House Stark and the Iron Islands had led to this precarious alliance of necessity. For all Euron's darkness, his presence here had contributed ships, steel, and a savage will to fight. Daenerys' arrival with her dragons had saved them from annihilation. Jon's leadership provided moral unity for many of the northern houses. All stood in a delicate balance. Sansa stood outside the command tent in the bitter cold, gazing up at the swirling snow. She felt exhaustion drag at her bones. Yet in her heart, a quiet spark of hope had ignited. If they could survive this war against the dead, perhaps the living could reorder themselves in a more just form. Perhaps the monstrous claims of Euron Greyjoy would be undone. Perhaps House Stark would once again stand free in the north. That was a distant dream. For now, she was still Euron's queen, tethered to a man who wielded fear like a whip. But the presence of Jon and Daenerys offered a glimmer that the future might not be entirely hopeless. Sansa closed her eyes, sending a silent prayer to the old gods, to the nameless gods, to anyone who would listen. Let the living stand together. Let the dawn come. A gust of wind rattled the tents, carrying the faint clang of arms being cleaned and swords being sharpened. The next battle would come soon enough. For tonight, Sansa took a single trembling breath and stepped back inside, where the torches burned bright against the darkness, and the new king of the north, her husband in name but never in heart, waited for the final war that would decide the fate of them all. In the aftermath of the battle, the world felt suspended between breaths. Smoke hung in the frigid air, curling around broken palisades and the charred bones of wights that crackled underfoot. The living had bought themselves another day with blood. Euron Greyjoy stood among the wreckage, his Valyrian steel axe clotted with blackened gore. His single eye gleamed with a restless, savage light. He had fought in countless battles at sea and ashore, faced men from Westeros to the far coasts of Essos, but never had he confronted a foe like these walking corpses. The stench of them clung to his cloak, yet inside him kindled a seething, almost elated energy. He had survived, and that was enough to feed his boldness. Sansa Stark was on the other side of the makeshift camp, kneeling by an improvised shelter of pine boughs and snow-laden tarps. An injured soldier lay inside, pale as the drifts around him. Sansa pressed a cloth to the man's wound, trying not to recoil from the smell of death. This man wore no iron kraken on his breast. He was one of Jon's, a Northman from a minor house near the mountains. The soldier stirred and let out a low moan. Sansa's hand trembled. He looked up at her, eyes clouded. "My lady," he whispered, voice barely audible above the moaning wind. "Is there hope?" She hesitated, then gently laid her other hand on his. "There is always hope." She did not know if she believed her own words. She had seen how close the living came to collapse. If not for Daenerys Targaryen's dragons, they might all be wights by now. She felt an overwhelming urge to run to Jon, to throw her arms around him, to let him protect her from the nightmares that had dogged her steps for years. But Jon was locked in council with Daenerys and Euron. The lines that divided them felt like spiked fences, impossible to scale without shedding blood. The soldier's eyelids fluttered. Sansa squeezed his hand gently. She wished she had more healing skill. He needed the care of a maester. But there was no time, no trained specialists, just a handful of men and women doing what they could. She heard a commotion and turned to see a figure approach, brushing aside exhausted guards. It was Jon. He wore a heavy cloak dusted with ash and snow, long claw sheathed at his side. Despite the lines of weariness on his face, he was very much alive and seemingly uninjured. For an instant, Sansa's heart squeezed with gratitude. She rose from the soldier's side, letting another caretaker take her place, and met Jon a few steps away, between ragged tents that flapped in the cold wind. "Sansa," he said quietly, studying her face. He noticed the blood on her hands. "You've been helping the wounded?" "Here and there," she replied, tucking a strand of red gold hair behind her ear. "We don't have enough bandages or enough people who know how to treat frostbite, let alone deep wounds. The weather alone might kill as many men as the walkers." Jon nodded grimly. "I'll speak with Daenerys. Her forces brought some supplies from the south. But these storms don't favor wagons or pack animals." She glanced beyond him to where Daenerys Targaryen was dismounting from her black and red dragon, assisted by a small retinue of Unsullied. Euron stood a short distance away, his arms crossed over his chest, staring openly at the dragon with unsettling fascination. His ship captains, grizzled men from Pike, Harlaw, and Blacktide, watched from behind him, none daring to get too close to the creature that breathed living flame. "How long will the respite last?" Sansa asked, returning her gaze to Jon. "Will the dead attack again come nightfall?" Jon exhaled, his breath steaming in the cold. "The White Walkers are regrouping farther north. Daenerys' scouts spied them from above. It looks as though they're massing for an even larger push." His voice tightened around those words, and Sansa felt a coil of dread in her belly. This last battle had nearly undone them. Then what is the plan? He glanced around cautiously, ensuring none of Euron's men were within earshot. We're still sorting that out. Daenerys wants to press forward. She believes if we can eliminate the Night King specifically, the rest will crumble. But it's risky. We only have 2 dragons now. One is injured. Rhaegal was torn by a spear of ice. He can still fly, but he's weak. Drogon is strong, but if the Night King has more spears like the one he threw... Sansa remembered the moment the spear soared overhead, leaving a streak of icy mist in its wake. It had glanced off the dragon's scales, but that near miss remained burned into her memory. "And the 3rd dragon?" she asked, though she could see only 2 in the sky. Jon's expression darkened. Viserion was lost, raised by the Night King. He lowered his voice further. "He has an undead dragon now, Sansa. That's how part of the wall was destroyed." She felt the world tilt. An undead dragon. The notion seemed impossible, something out of a twisted story told by a drunken man in a tavern. Yet here they stood, in the midst of a war between the living and the dead, side by side with a Targaryen queen and an iron-born tyrant. "Gods!" she breathed. "Is that the monstrosity she spoke of in council?" Euron is eager to see it, if the rumors are true. But I suppose he doesn't understand what it truly means. Jon's jaw flexed. If Euron thinks he can capture or outmaneuver an undead dragon, he's a bigger fool than I realized. But we need his forces. As much as it pains me to say it, the Ironborn have proven valuable on the field. She nodded. She had watched them fight from afar, those silent, savage raiders from the sea. They had managed to hold a flank that might otherwise have collapsed. Euron himself, even among the swirling chaos, had been a force to behold, cutting down whites while letting out peals of manic laughter. "We do need them," she whispered. "For now." Jon placed a hand on her arm. "We'll survive this, Sansa, and then we'll set everything right." She wanted to believe him, but the memory of Euron's presence weighed heavily on her. "Be careful," she said softly. "He watches us both." Jon gave a fractional nod. Then he squeezed her hand once and left, moving CK toward Daenerys and her captains, who were beginning to converge around a smoky fire pit in the camp center. Sansa watched him go, feeling a welter of conflicting emotions. Her half-brother was alive and near, leading a grand cause, working with a dragon queen. She was proud, frightened, yearning for release from her own captivity. But right now, the war demanded all the living gather under one banner, even if that banner had the shape of a kraken. She turned to find Euron. He was easy enough to spot. He towered over most of his men, and his cloak, black leather embroidered with krakens in a dark, oily thread, set him apart from the drab furs of the north. 2 of the Ironborn captains flanked him, though they looked thoroughly uneasy with the presence of Daenerys' dragon only a stone's throw away. Euron, by contrast, seemed untroubled. He reached out as if to place a hand on Drogon's scaled flank, though the dragon hissed and bared its teeth. Euron stepped back with a laugh. Daenerys turned, eyes narrowing. "Your men might wish to keep their distance," she said coldly. "Drogon doesn't take kindly to strangers." Euron bowed his head in mocking courtesy. "Ah, but what a fine beast he is. If your dragons had arrived earlier, we might have saved more men." Daenerys gave a curt reply, her voice tight with contempt. "I was unavoidably delayed." Sansa could see tension flaring between them. She quickly interposed herself, stepping to Euron's side. "We are all here now," she said, trying to project a calm that she did not feel. "That is what matters." Euron grunted, gaze drifting from the dragon to Sansa. He spoke low enough that Daenerys likely couldn't hear. "We'll see if her arrival changes anything beyond the next battle. Dragons are powerful, but so is the drowned god." The corners of his mouth curled. "Perhaps when this is over, I'll show her the might of the Iron Islands." Sansa did not reply, only inclined her head. Euron's arrogance knew no bounds, yet part of her worried how far his ambition stretched. He had tamed or killed anything in his path, from rival Ironborn captains to unfortunate men in foreign ports. What if the threat of the dead ended, and Euron turned his sights on Daenerys' dragons? A small, secret part of Sansa almost hoped Daenerys would incinerate him with a single word. But that was not a conversation to have now, while the living needed every sword. A group formed around the smoky fire pit for a war council. Daenerys, Jon, Euron, Sansa, and several advisors from each faction. On the edges lingered Grey Worm and a few unsullied, Theon Greyjoy, returned to fight for the living, and some northern lords who had come with Jon. It was an uneasy assembly, a circle of faces that might have been mortal enemies in another time, but the White Walkers had forced them together. Daenerys flicked her gaze around, acknowledging the gathering. We have 2 dragons that can still fight. Drogon is uninjured. Rhaegal is wounded but still able to fly. The Night King, as far as we know, commands that undead dragon Viserion, though he did not appear in the thick of the battle. Her tone dropped. We must assume he is preparing something worse. Jon spoke, his voice carrying an edge of urgency. We've seen that the Whites fall easily to Dragonfire and Dragonglass. The Walkers themselves must be struck with Dragonglass or Valyrian steel. If the Night King is killed, the Whites he raised should crumble. Euron leaned forward. Should. He tapped the side of his head. We gamble on a rumor? It's more than rumor, Jon said. We've witnessed it. If you kill a White Walker, the Whites that particular Walker created collapse. A faint smile curved Euron's lips, though it did not reach his eye. Fine. Then the best course is to draw out this Night King and kill him. Daenerys's face hardened. Easier said than done. He stayed back, perhaps waiting to see how we defended ourselves. Her gloved hand curled into a fist. Next time, he may unleash that undead dragon on us. An uneasy murmur rippled through the group. The presence of that monstrous creature haunted them as thoroughly as any White. Sansa glanced at Daenerys, thinking of the old songs that celebrated Targaryen victories. Even the mightiest free cities of Essos had broken under dragons. Now, all those glorious illusions felt dim before the reality of a dead dragon. What if we lure him out? She asked quietly. If he sees a chance to strike at our leaders, he might move in. Euron rolled his shoulders, lips twisting in an appreciative smirk. I like the way you think, my queen. He seldom called her my queen with sincerity, but he relished showing off the title in front of outsiders. We could offer bait, perhaps the king in the north. He inclined his head mockingly toward Jon. Surely the Night King would come for a recognized champion. Daenerys shot Euron a glare. We will not risk Jon's life as bait. He has already given more than enough. Jon, however, lifted a hand. We're all at risk, Daenerys. If the strategy is sound, I would consider it. He turned to Sansa. But how do we lure him without sacrificing half our force? Sansa's breath fogged in the bitter air. She was painfully aware that Euron was studying her, no doubt enjoying the tension. We could arrange a small force as a tempting target. The rest of the host remains hidden or in a defensive posture. Once the White Walkers commit, Daenerys can attack from above, and the rest of us can close in with Dragonglass. It's not perfect, but it might be our best chance to isolate him. There was a pause as the gathered leaders considered this. Lord Glover, his face still grimy from the battle, cleared his throat. It is a risk. If the Night King comes with that beast, we'll be pinned with Dragonfire of the Dead's making. Grey Worm interjected, voice level. My queen has faced many armies, but these creatures are different. If we commit to a trap, we must ensure there are strong fortifications and escape routes if the plan fails. Daenerys's expression remained resolute. Agreed. We'll choose the ground carefully, somewhere we can defend and not be easily overrun. Possibly a choke point near the mountains or the remains of a ruined castle. If we can isolate the White Walkers, we might destroy them once and for all. Euron listened to this with an air of affected boredom, then drawled, Choose the time and place soon. I prefer to kill them swiftly, rather than freeze out here. He crossed his arms, the leather squeaking. The drowned god gives no quarter to the living dead. Sansa refrained from rolling her eyes. She studied the circle of grim faces, noticing Theon lurking behind Euron, silent and withdrawn. though his gaze flicked now and then to Sansa in quiet sympathy. She appreciated his presence. It reminded her that not all Ironborn were monstrous. Theon, for all his mistakes, had tried to redeem himself. But she dared not meet his gaze openly, lest Euron see and suspect conspiracies. Daenerys took a final look around. "We move tomorrow, then. We'll scout a location that suits the plan. Rest as best you can. We all know the dead do not tire." With that, the council dispersed into the gloom of the camp, each faction returning to its own tents or lines of men. Sansa lingered a moment, letting the swirl of thoughts coalesce in her mind. A few months ago, she had been ensconced in Pike's damp halls, terrified of her new husband and the threat he presented to the north. She was still trapped with him, but now they were fighting for the survival of everyone. Side by side with a dragon queen and her half-brother who had become a legendary figure in his own right. Her life felt like the strangest dream, or perhaps a nightmare. She could not predict how it would end. Euron brushed past her, heading toward the cluster of Ironborn tents. He beckoned for her to follow, and she did so, trudging through slush that came up to her ankles. Snow and ash mixed in the air, settling on every surface. Occasionally, she heard the distant groan of a man in pain or the roar of a hungry dragon. The combined noise set her nerves on edge. Once they arrived at Euron's tent, 2 reavers peeled the flap aside. Inside, it was surprisingly warm. A brazier glowed, and furs covered the floor. Euron unfastened his cloak, letting it slump across a camp chair. His hair was matted with sweat and half-frozen in places. He took a skin of some sharp-scented liquor from a trunk, popped the stopper, and drank deeply before wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. "Your brother is a fool," he pronounced, voice rough. "But I'll take a fool who fights valiantly over a wise man who cowers." Sansa removed her own gloves, flexing her numb fingers. "Jon has seen more of this war than you realize. He's fought the dead for years, in one way or another." Euron scoffed. "Has he truly? Or is that just another one of your northern tall tales? Next, you'll tell me he slew giants with a single blow." She swallowed her retort, forcibly reminding herself that defiance could lead nowhere good right now. "You saw the whites yourself. You know it's not a tall tale." He studied her, stepping closer. His single eye gleamed in the flickering brazier light, and he lifted a hand to brush a stray lock of hair from her face. Sansa forced herself not to flinch. This closeness was unsettling, but she had grown adept at hiding her revulsion. "You're bolder now," he said softly, fingers grazing her cheek. "At Pike, you seemed so frightened. Now you speak of luring the Night King. You show no fear in these councils." A tautness clenched in her gut. "The living must do what's necessary. I've learned that fear doesn't solve anything." His lips curved in that half-mocking grin. "War does sharpen people. Perhaps this apocalypse was exactly what you needed to become the wolf you were always meant to be." She said nothing, uncertain how to reply to such twisted praise. He set aside the liquor skin and reached for her hand, tugging her gently toward the bedroll. "Come," he said, voice dropping a notch. "Lie with me. This might be our last night for warmth, if the storm intensifies." She could smell sweat and metal on him, along with an undercurrent of sea brine that seemed to linger no matter how far inland they traveled. Aware of the Ironborn guards just outside, she obeyed. At times, she pondered resisting, spurning him, but that would only stoke his cruelty or suspicion. So she let him draw her into the circle of his arms under the furs. The brazier's heat pressed against her front, while the cold wafted in through the canvas behind her. He ran a hand over her hair, then down her back. "You've not asked me once if I plan to betray this alliance," he remarked, voice edged with amusement. "Are you so certain of my loyalty?" She forced her breathing to remain steady. "We need you," she said carefully, "and you need us. The threat from the dead is real. No sense in betraying the only chance at survival." A chuckle rumbled in his throat. "True enough." Then he leaned in, pressing his lips to hers. She endured it, shutting out the swirl of emotion, reminding herself that every moment she submitted meant fewer reasons for him to lash out at the armies or sabotage the cause. This was the role she had chosen or been forced to choose. She would endure until there was a better path. He pulled away after a time, yawning. The day's battle had worn on everyone, even a man as energetic as Euron. Soon he fell asleep, his arms slack around her. Sansa lay awake, staring at the faint embers in the brazier. She wondered how many times she would watch him sleep before fate intervened, one way or another. At some point in the night, she slipped out from under his arm, careful not to wake him. She pulled on her cloak and padded quietly outside. The guards blinked at her, one stepping forward as if to bar her way, but she lifted her chin. "I need a moment alone," she said in a measured whisper. "I won't go far." The guard hesitated, glancing at his companion. But Sansa was the queen, and while Euron might instruct them to watch her, none of them wanted to anger her outright. Finally, the guard shrugged and let her pass. She made her way between tents that glimmered with a faint dusting of snow, moving toward a small hill at the camp's edge. Torchlight flickered, revealing lumps of stacked bodies. Most were whites or partial white remains that needed burning. She found a relatively clear spot near a stand of pine trees, away from the stench of death. The sky above was thick with clouds, though a few stars glinted faintly. She drew in a breath of cold air that stabbed her lungs, letting it sharpen her senses. In the distance, she saw the silhouettes of Daenerys's dragons, half-coiled around each other for warmth, their eyes glowing in the night. She thought of how improbable this alliance was. Dragons, wolves, krakens, unsullied from Essos, all gathered in a single camp. A few years ago, she had dreamed only of living in King's Landing as a queen to a golden prince, ignorant of the real horrors that existed. Now she had no illusions left. Footsteps crunched behind her. She turned, heart hammering, to see Theon Greyjoy approaching. He wore a thick fur cloak, lines of fatigue marking his face. When he reached her, he bowed his head slightly. "Lady Sansa," he said. She exhaled, a mix of relief and anxiety. "Theon." They stood in awkward silence for a moment. Then he spoke in a hushed tone, mindful that Euron's men could be anywhere. "I'm sorry if I intrude, but I saw you leave his tent, and I thought you might want a friendly face." "You?" He paused, as if uncertain how to continue. "We shared a terrible time under Ramsay, and I'd hoped to speak with you sooner." Her throat felt tight. "Thank you. I do appreciate it." She glanced around, checking for watchers. They seemed to be alone, except for a pair of distant guards near a flickering torch. "Are you under Euron's command as well?" she asked quietly. "I heard you returned to fight for Daenerys and for the Starks, but you are still a Greyjoy too." Theon bowed his head. "I came back to help. My sister, Yara, wanted to reclaim the Iron Islands from Euron, but he forced her out. I fought with Daenerys, then with your brother, all in hopes of freeing the North and my sister. But Euron's hold is strong. He declared himself king of the Iron Islands, took you as a wife. Now everything is complicated by this war against the dead. But I'm not his man, if that's what you're asking. He's cursed me a traitor anyway. I only remain here for the sake of the living, and to protect you if I can." Emotions swelled behind Sansa's eyes. She reached out and placed a hand on Theon's arm. "Thank you," she whispered. "I wish we had found each other under better circumstances. I know you did terrible things once, but you also saved me from the worst of Ramsay's cruelties. I'll never forget that." He lowered his gaze. "I can never atone for betraying the Starks, but if there's anything I can do now, anything to protect you from Euron's cruelty, I'll try." A faint, sad smile touched her lips. "I fear he's too entrenched. He watches me closely, and the North has bent the knee for the most part. Jon can't risk open conflict while we face the dead. Everything is locked in place for the time being." Theon's breath wisped out in a frosty cloud. We can't move against Euron, not yet. But there will come a day, Sansa. And on that day, I hope to stand with you against him." She nodded, tears threatening. "Thank you," she repeated. For a moment, they stood there, sharing a quiet understanding forged from the old horrors under Ramsay. So much had changed since then, and yet they still fought for survival. At length, Theon forced a small, reassuring smile. "You should get some rest, my lady. The next battle might come at dawn." She swallowed and gave a tiny nod. "Be safe, Theon." He bowed his head and walked off into the darkness. Sansa remained there a few moments longer, collecting herself. Then she returned to Euron's tent, slipping past the guards with a curt nod. Euron was still sprawled in uneasy slumber on the bedroll. She eased under the furs, the cold in her bones gradually melting in the tense warmth, though the ache in her heart remained. When dawn came, it was as pale as milk, the sun hidden behind thick clouds. Scouts from the Targaryen and Stark camps reported that the White Walkers had moved northward, potentially heading for an old ruin known as High Point, an abandoned keep perched on a snowy ridge. Jon, Daenerys, and the others agreed that if the Night King was indeed there, they should attempt to corner him near that location. Teams of outriders readied themselves to confirm the reports, and the battered host began another laborious march. Sansa rode alongside Euron on a sturdy northern mare, her cloak drawn tight against the biting wind. The Ironborn traveled in a distinctive group, their battered helms gleaming with frost, the clang of their axes muffled by snowdrifts. Northmen followed behind, while Daenerys' forces, unsullied and remaining Dothraki, though few in number, ranged on the flanks. The dragons soared above, silent wraiths in the slate-gray sky, occasionally disappearing into the clouds only to re-emerge moments later. The journey took the better part of 2 days, slowed by the harsh terrain and the constant threat of sudden White Walker ambushes. Each night, the living hunkered down in tight camps, building great fires to ward off both cold and the stray whites that might roam. During those nights, Sansa lingered near Euron's camp or circulated among wounded men. Jon was busy with war councils and scouting. Daenerys spent long hours caring for her dragons. The air crackled with tension. Every person in the host knew how precarious their situation was. On the second night, the outriders came galloping back, their eyes wide with fear and excitement. The White Walkers had indeed gathered near the ruins of High Point, forming what looked like a staging ground. The outriders had spotted whites in massive columns, and glimpses of a winged shape overhead, too large to be a mere bird. Undead dragon. The Night King was there. Jon and Daenerys convened a final strategy meeting in a frigid hollow ringed by boulders. Euron stood with his arms crossed, while Sansa, Theon, Grey Worm, Lord Glover, and a handful of other northern lords circled around, their breath steaming in the torchlight. Daenerys' expression was set. "We strike tomorrow at first light," she declared. "We'll divide our forces. Jon, you lead one group to circle from the east. I will take Drogon and Rhaegal from the sky. Euron, you and your Ironborn hold the western flank, near the ridge. Sansa," she glanced at the Stark woman, "you'll remain with the supply lines behind us. We need you to coordinate and keep morale steady." Sansa nodded, grateful she would not be thrust into the fiercest fighting. She knew her strength lay in council, organization, and ensuring that wounded or exhausted fighters did not collapse. But Euron interrupted, eyeing Sansa. "Why not keep my queen close to me? She's proven adept at spurring men on." Daenerys' brows lifted. "Because if your flank falls, it may well be overrun. I need Sansa to remain at a safer distance. If we lose her, the alliance among many of the northern houses might fracture." Euron's lips curled, but he did not openly argue with the logic. Jon spoke up, cutting through the tension. "Sansa, can you coordinate the healers and the ravens?" She inclined her head. "Yes, I'll do whatever is needed." He offered a faint, tight smile of thanks. Then the talk turned to more granular details. How to deal with the possibility of Viserions' undead flames, where to position archers with dragonglass arrows, how to signal Daenerys if the Night King appeared. Sansa tuned in as best she could, her mind spinning with the intricacies of the plan. She gleaned that Euron would command a large contingent of Ironborn and some reluctant Northmen. Theon, ironically, was also assigned to Euron's flank, possibly to ease tensions between the Ironborn and the Northmen. Sansa suspected Euron had insisted on that arrangement to keep Theon under watch. The meeting ended. The host settled down for a tense night. Snow drifted steadily, swirling around the tents. Sansa checked on the supply wagons, ensuring they were stocked with dragonglass weapons, bandages, dried rations, and flasks of water. Every step felt unreal. They were on the verge of the final confrontation with a force that might end life in Westeros if they failed. She found Euron inside his tent, adjusting the straps of a newly acquired breastplate. It bore the sigil of the Kraken etched in steel, but overlaid with a faint pattern of dragonglass shards near the shoulders, some new invention hammered together by Ironborn smiths. He caught sight of her and nodded, as if in satisfaction. "Come to wish me luck, wife?" he quipped. She forced a polite half-smile. "I came to see if you needed anything before tomorrow." His single eye flicked over her. "As if you care." He paused, adjusting his gauntlets. "But rest easy, I intend to survive. This army of corpses might break itself upon my axes." She stifled a sigh, stepping closer. "We all need to survive. If you see the Night King, don't be reckless." He laughed, the sound low and grim. "You sound like a wife truly concerned for her husband." She met his gaze, holding it. "I'm concerned for everyone." Then, in a lower voice, she added, "But yes, if you die, the men you lead will lose direction. Chaos will follow. We need organization out there, not chaos." He reached out, snagging her wrist and pulling her closer. "You always speak so practically," he murmured. "But you can't fool me. You worry about me at least a little. I see it in your eyes." She managed to swallow the retort that rose in her throat. If letting him believe she cared would keep him from doing anything too brash, it might help. So she nodded slightly, adopting a subdued look. "I do worry, Euron. I don't want to see you become another corpse for them to raise." He grinned, showing teeth. "Then I shall do my best not to die." He released her wrist, turned back to his gear. "Be ready at dawn. If all goes well, we'll have the Night King's head on a spike by midday." Sansa doubted anything about tomorrow would go that smoothly, but she simply inclined her head and slipped out of the tent. She took one last look at the swirling snow, then settled into her own bedroll in a smaller tent nearby. Sleep was elusive. She lay awake, listening to the wind hiss against the canvas, imagining all the ways tomorrow's battle could go wrong. Eventually, exhaustion overcame her. Dawn came in a pearly haze. The host roused, men struggling to clear the snow from around tents and wagons. A thin crust of ice coated nearly everything. The hush before the storm was so profound that every clank of armor sounded unnaturally loud. The dragons were already aloft, dark shapes circling overhead, occasionally letting out piercing cries. Sansa oversaw the hitching of the supply mules and the distribution of final rations to those who needed them, all while listening to the horns that signaled the formation of lines. Euron's contingent moved out first toward the western ridge. She glimpsed him riding at the front, Theon not far behind. The Ironborn standard fluttered in the wind, the black Kraken on a field of bleak gray. Behind them marched a cluster of Northmen whose expressions suggested they trusted Euron about as far as they could throw him, but necessity drove them on. Jon gathered his men and set off eastward, accompanied by Daenerys's Unsullied. Daenerys herself flew above, searching the ground with keen eyes. Sansa was left in the center rear, near a frozen stretch of ground that served as the fallback point for wounded. Healers milled about, some trembling with nerves. Sansa forced a steady front and repeated Jon's instructions. "Keep the fires high, have dragonglass weapons ready in case whites break through, and be prepared to move if the lines collapse." The morning dragged on with no sign of the White Walkers. The wind carried occasional roars from the dragons. Sansa paced anxiously, scanning the ridges. A scout galloped back from Jon's flank, shouting about glimpsing a massive shape in the sky, possibly the undead dragon. Tension ratcheted higher. Then, distant horns sounded from the west. That was Euron's signal. The White Walkers had engaged. Sansa took a shuddering breath and tried to remain calm. She had a few mounted outriders in her retinue, and she ordered them to carry messages between the flanks. Soon, the entire horizon to the west seemed to flicker with movement. Shapes converged, whites in impossible numbers, surging across the snow. Sansa could hear their shrieks, see the glint of bright ice where the White Walkers themselves advanced. Euron's forces unleashed a volley of arrows. Through the drifting haze of snow, Sansa glimpsed a swirl of black shapes charging forward, iron-born reavers closing with whites. The clang of metal on bone echoed. She spotted Euron for a moment, swinging his axe in wide arcs, cutting down the dead with a frenetic energy. Theon was near him, short sword in hand, face set in grim determination. Daenerys's dragons soared overhead, spitting flames that licked across the battlefield, incinerating dozens of whites at once. Suddenly, from the east came a spine-chilling roar. Sansa turned, heart leaping into her throat. The undead dragon. It streaked across the sky, a ghostly shape with tattered wings. On its back, a figure of pale ice, the Night King. He brandished a wicked spear, his eyes glowing with malevolent blue light. Daenerys wheeled Drogon around to intercept, and for an instant, the sky was filled with roars and swirling shapes of black and white, like two storms colliding. A wave of panic rippled through the host. Men shouted, some dropping to their knees or fleeing. But Sansa found her voice, calling to them, urging them to hold their lines. She had never considered herself a battlefield commander, but she had learned enough in the chaos of war. "Steady," she cried. "They need us here. Remember what you fight for." A few turned to her, recognized the Stark features, and rallied themselves. She saw them gather at the supply wagons, readying dragonglass-tipped spears or strapping on rough-hewn armor. The healers braced for an influx of casualties. Sansa braced as well. Then the undead dragon swooped overhead. Its breath was not flame but a torrent of icy death, a beam of freezing blue that cut across the battlefield. Where it struck, men froze in place, their bodies rimed with frost that killed them instantly. Sansa recoiled, feeling that frigid wind, though the dragon's main blast missed her station. Another swirl of movement. Drogon dove from above, releasing a plume of living fire. The two dragons clashed in midair, roaring and snapping, as Daenerys clung desperately to her mount. Snow and ash whipped around them. The armies below screamed in mingled terror and awe. Meanwhile, whites poured from the north, a mass of silent aggression. Jon's flank engaged them, and the clang of steel rang out. Again, Sansa glimpsed the White Walkers, tall and gaunt, striding through the fray as if unstoppable. She saw one brandish an ice blade that sent shards flying through a row of men, cutting them down like wheat. The living responded with dragonglass arrows, some finding their mark, but not enough. The cacophony of battle rolled across the fields. Sansa felt a cold hand of dread close around her heart. This was worse than the last fight. There were so many more whites, and the presence of the Night King's dragon made every movement fraught with peril. The lines threatened to buckle. She heard horns from Euron's flank, signaling for reinforcements. An officer galloped up to her, panic in his voice. "My lady, we need more arrows and bandages near the ridge. The Ironborn line is close to breaking. Men are freezing from that dragon's breath." She nodded sharply, issuing orders. "Take 2 wagons of supplies that way. Keep to the gullies so you aren't caught in the open." The officer saluted and spurred his horse, gathering some volunteers. Sansa's heartbeat pounded in her ears. She wanted to do more, but she had to maintain her post and direct the flow of resources. If she ran out blindly, she could do little good except get herself killed. A low moan rose behind her. She turned to see the first wave of wounded stumbling in, Northmen, Ironborn, even a few Dothraki who had survived the earlier battle and now fought again. Some had frostbitten limbs from the undead dragon's breath. Others bled from savage bites or gashes inflicted by whites. The healers descended upon them, trying to triage. Sansa moved among them, offering what words of comfort she could. "Burn those who die. she reminded the healers. Don't let them rise again. It was a harsh necessity. The whites could raise any corpse not destroyed or burned. Suddenly, a swirl of screeching caused Sansa to look up. Another cluster of whites had pushed past Jon's flank, heading directly for the supply area. Rattling and hissing, they lunged, bone fingers outstretched. Guards rushed to intercept them, but more spilled through, threatening to overwhelm. Sansa's heart hammered. She seized a dragonglass dagger from a crate and pressed her back to the nearest wagon. The idea of direct combat filled her with raw terror. But she had no choice. One white lunged at her, a withered husk dressed in tattered black. She managed a wild thrust with the dagger, sinking it into the white's ribcage. The creature jerked, a horrible rattle emanating from its throat, then collapsed into lifelessness. Sansa yanked the blade free, her breath coming in gasps. Another white scrambled on top of the wagon, and a guard shot it through the skull with a dragonglass arrow. Toppled. The short, brutal skirmish ended as quickly as it began. The guards managed to cut down the intruders. Sansa clung to the wagon, her chest heaving. Blood roared in her ears. She realized her hands were trembling uncontrollably, though she still gripped the dagger. She forced herself to straighten, to appear calm before the men around her. It had been the first time she had personally destroyed a white, and the horror of it buzzed in her nerves. More horns sounded from the battlefield. She saw plumes of flame billowing in the distance, likely Daenerys using Drogon to contain a mass of whites. A moment later, Regal, the wounded dragon, soared by, unleashing a smaller burst of flame. But the undead dragon circled overhead. The Night King perched stoically on its back, preparing another blast. Sansa's breath caught in her throat as she watched the monstrous creature wheel in midair, aiming at the ground forces. It unleashed a surge of that hideous blue breath. She could hear screams from men caught in the wave. A dozen, maybe more, turned into frozen statues that shattered like brittle pottery. Yet in that moment, Euron's line advanced from the ridge, brandishing a ballista-like device hammered together from old scorpion parts. Sansa gaped, having had no idea that Euron possessed such a weapon. The Ironborn fired a spear tipped with dragonglass, and it whistled through the air. The undead dragon twisted at the last second, the spear grazing a wing. For an instant, Sansa thought it might bring the beast down, but the dragon only lurched, letting out a howl of pain, then regained flight. Still, it was a sign that the living could wound it. In the chaos, Sansa lost track of time. She helped direct more supplies, tried to shore up the lines around the camp, and watched the swirling, savage conflict on both flanks. It seemed the whites were endless, but the living fought with desperate courage. The ground became churned slush stained red and black. Bodies and broken weapons littered every slope. Hours into the battle, or perhaps it was only one elongated, nightmarish hour, Sansa heard fresh horns. This time, the sound was shrill, a sign of a breakthrough. She spotted a band of White Walkers crossing the ridge at the west, heading directly toward Euron's command post. Euron, who had been in the thick of the fighting, was now cut off. Theon and a group of Northmen tried to fight their way to him, but the Whites swarmed in droves. Sansa tensed. If Euron was overwhelmed, the entire flank might collapse, leaving a gap for the dead to flood through. And ironically, if Euron fell, the men under him might shatter, not listening to Theon. A wave of contradictory impulses ran through her. She despised Euron, wanted him gone. Yet losing him mid-battle, in such a sudden and chaotic way, could doom the living. She pressed a trembling fist to her lips. "Somebody get a message to Jon or Daenerys," she ordered, turning to the riders near her. "The western flank is in danger. We need reinforcements." One rider saluted and galloped off into the swirling fray. Sansa swallowed hard, scanning the battlefield. At that moment, she caught sight of Euron himself, fighting with a handful of Ironborn near a stony outcrop. His axe rose and fell, hacking through the whites. The White Walkers advanced, swinging their ice swords with inhuman grace. One struck an Ironborn captain, shattering his steel armor and slicing him in half with a single blow. Another walker approached Euron from behind, sword raised. Sansa's heart clenched. Euron spun at the last moment, parrying with his axe, but the shock of the blow sent him stumbling. The White Walker pressed in. Euron ducked another swing. He was fast, but the walker's strength was unnatural. Another slash, and Euron's dragonglass pauldron shattered with a sharp crack. Sansa saw Euron's expression, a mixture of feral rage and perhaps the first flicker of real fear she had ever witnessed in him. The walker lunged again, frost crackling along its blade. Euron, forced to his knees, snarled and swept his axe upward in a desperate arc. The black steel glimmered. By some miracle, it connected with the walker's chest, embedding itself in the creature's icy flesh. Dragonglass shards were embedded in that Valyrian steel, Euron's new customization. A shriek, high and piercing, echoed across the ridge as the walker disintegrated, shards of ice collapsing like broken glass. Euron panted, lurching to his feet. Sansa exhaled a breath she had not realized she was holding. Then she heard a roar, saw a swirl of black wings. Drogon swooped overhead, scorching a phalanx of whites that threatened to encircle Euron's men. Fire erupted across the rocky slope, turning undead to ash. Euron shielded his face from the flames, but he was spared. Daenerys had come to the rescue. A fresh wave of whites pressed in from the side. Euron regrouped with Theon and the Ironborn, cackling as he battered them back. Sansa could only watch from afar, sending what few reinforcements she could spare. The line held barely. Meanwhile, on Jon's flank, a cry went up. Sansa's head whipped around to see the Night King descending astride the undead dragon, unleashing blasts of ice flame against a group of men who included Jon. A ring of white walkers formed around the area, as if waiting. Then, in a rush of beating wings, Regal dove from the clouds. On his back, a rider. She thought it might be Arya, but that made no sense. Upon a closer look, she realized it was an armored figure with a hood. Perhaps it was one of Daenerys's close allies. She could not see well from her vantage. The dragons clashed again, diving and slashing at each other midair, sending chunks of ice and scales raining down. The ground battle froze in awe as the living and the dead looked skyward, transfixed by the primal struggle overhead. At last, Drogon joined, making it 2 living dragons against 1 undead. The roars shook the air. The Night King hurled an ice spear at Regal, but this time Regal veered, the spear missing by a good yard. Drogon looped around and bathed the undead dragon in roaring fire. For a heartbeat, Sansa thought that would be enough. But the flames only partially slowed the abomination, as if unholy magic fortified its scales. The monstrous creature hissed, a sound that made Sansa's blood run cold. Down on the ground, Jon was sprinting through a mass of whites, swinging Longclaw. She saw him cut down 3 whites in rapid succession. Another White Walker advanced on him. They exchanged furious blows, swords ringing out. Sparks of ice flew each time the walker's blade met Longclaw's Valyrian steel. Then Jon found an opening, slashing across the walker's torso. It shattered into a spray of frost. In that moment, the Night King, still aloft, turned his head sharply, as if sensing the death of one of his lieutenants. He spurred his dragon downward. The undead beast crashed onto the field with a thunderous impact, sending men flying. Sansa felt the ground tremor beneath her feet. The Night King leapt from the dragon's back, landing so light it seemed impossible, then strode toward Jon. The ring of whites parted, letting their master through. Jon faced him, battered and out of breath. Blue eyes met dark. A hush fell, as if the entire battlefield held its breath. Sansa felt tears prick at her eyes. She had heard stories of Jon's showdown with the Night King beyond the wall, how he had barely escaped. Now, here they stood again, on a field of ice and blood. Jon raised Longclaw in challenge. The Night King brandished a sword of crystalline ice, letting out a soundless snarl. They met in a clash of steel and ice that reverberated across the plain. The White Walkers still alive moved to interfere, but a roar from Regal distracted them, forcing them to scatter as the wounded dragon swooped low, scorching more whites. Jon and the Night King circled each other, exchanging blow after blow. Each contact sent shards of ice spinning away, while Longclaw's Valyrian edge chipped. Sansa could see cracks forming along Jon's blade. Fear twisted inside her. If Longclaw shattered, Jon would be defenseless. Then, from behind the Night King, Daenerys dove with Drogon, bathing the area in fire. Jon, seeing it coming, flung himself away just in time. The Night King, caught in the flames, let out an otherworldly screech. For a moment it seemed he might be destroyed, but as the blaze subsided, he stood there, scorched and smoking but still upright, eyes shining with that terrible blue. His armor was melted in parts, revealing an icy rib structure beneath. Even battered by dragonfire, he endured. Daenerys cursed, urging Drogon to unleash another gout of flame, but the Night King moved with unnatural speed, raising his sword. A swirl of cold enveloped him, snuffing out the flames around his body. He threw his arms wide, and the ground heaved. Sansa watched in horror as corpses from both sides lurched to their feet. Freshly slain Northmen, iron-born, unsullied, even some men wearing the House Stark sigil. A wave of undead rose at the Night King's command, forming a new ring around him. Jon stood trapped at the center, with only a handful of living allies who had not been knocked back or killed by the crash. It all seemed lost, until a flash of movement caught Sansa's eye. A figure darted through the ranks of newly risen whites, so quickly and silently it was almost inhuman. Sansa recognized the slight build, the swiftness of the strikes. Arya Stark was there, weaving through the undead with a steel staff tipped in dragonglass. She cut down 2 whites in a heartbeat, dropped into a roll to avoid a clumsy swing, and then sprang up behind the Night King. He turned, unnaturally swift, sword raised. Arya lunged, aiming for his neck with her staff. The Night King caught the blow in midair, snapping the staff with frost-laced fingers. Arya wrenched away, flipping the broken half to her other hand. In that fraction of a second, Jon lunged in from the front, slashing at the Night King's knees. The ancient evil stepped back, but the blow hampered him, cracking ice at his thigh. Arya saw the opening. She reversed the broken half of her staff and drove the dragonglass tip at the Night King's exposed chest, near where the armor had melted. He twisted, trying to evade, but the blow found flesh, icy, hideous flesh. A sound like shattering ice rang out. The Night King's eyes flared bright, then flickered. Cracks raced across his torso. He let out a scream that split the air, higher than any human cry. Light arced from his body, traveling like lightning across the ground, snuffing out the whites he had raised. One by one, they collapsed into heaps of bone and decayed flesh. The White Walkers on the far edges likewise screeched, disintegrating in place. And the undead dragon, circling overhead, gave a final, anguished roar before plummeting from the sky, smashing into the ruined courtyard of High Point with an earth-rattling crash. The entire battlefield fell into stunned silence. Sansa realized she was still gripping the wagon for support, her knuckles white. She stared at the place where the Night King had stood, now only drifting bits of frozen ash. Jon knelt on the ground, panting. Arya stood over him, broken staff in hand, her expression hard with the adrenaline of the kill. Then she seemed to sag, letting out a shaky exhalation. The threat, it appeared, was ended. Moments later, a triumphant roar rose from the living on all sides. Euron, battered and blood-splattered, lifted his axe in savage glee. Ironborn and Northmen alike shouted in relief. Daenerys landed Drogon nearby, her face drained, tears gleaming in her eyes. Rhaegal circled overhead, wounded but alive. Theon sank to his knees, exhausted. Everywhere, men stumbled and looked around in awe as the whites simply dropped. Piles of bone and rotting flesh littered the battlefield, unmoving. Sansa's knees wobbled. She steadied herself and whispered, "They did it!" Tears blurred her vision. She might have crumpled, but a nearby guard caught her arm gently, steadying her. Across the field, she saw Jon stand, Arya's help under his elbow, the two Stark siblings embracing in a moment of raw relief. The war was not quite over. The living lay in heaps, wounded or dying. Fires still raged. The undead dragon's carcass smoldered in the ruined courtyard. But the tide of the dead had been turned. The White Walkers were no more. For once, the living had triumphed against the greatest threat they had ever known. In the aftermath, many hours were spent clearing the battlefield, providing what aid could be mustered to the wounded, and ensuring that any corpse was burned to prevent stray wights. The stench of death hung heavy over High Point's battered ruins. Daenerys, exhausted yet resolute, oversaw the disposal of the undead dragon's remains, ensuring not a scrap of it could be used for necromancy. Jon and Arya quietly embraced near a collapsed wall, tears shimmering in both their eyes, as they realized how close they had come to losing everything. Sansa moved among the survivors, distributing cloth for bandages, offering sips of water and quiet words of comfort. She felt more than saw Euron approach. He stood behind her with a triumphant grin, the handle of his axe resting on his shoulder. Blood stained his cloak, though she could not tell if it was his or an enemy's. A bruise marred his cheekbone, and the dragonglass pauldron on his shoulder was broken, but otherwise he seemed whole. "Well," he said, voice rasping from shouting. "We did it." He looked around at the carnage and laughed, a short, wild sound. "The drowned men who come after me will never believe this story. Euron Greyjoy fought the dead and lived to tell the tale." Sansa forced a small nod. "Yes," she murmured. "We've won." He noticed the lack of enthusiasm in her voice, or perhaps the raw shock etched on her features. He let out a breath. "Don't look so dour, wife. We're alive. The North is saved." She blinked, gazing over the lifeless remnants of whites, the bodies of men who had fought and died for the North. Yes, they were saved from the dead, but what came next? He regarded her for a moment, then shrugged, turning away. "I'll find my captains. We'll need to see how many ships remain and how many men we lost. Then, we'll discuss the future of this alliance." That last phrase he delivered with a smirk, as if acknowledging that everything had changed again. Sansa watched him go. She had no illusions that Euron Greyjoy would fade away politely. Now that the threat of the Walkers was ended, the struggle for power would resume in earnest. Daenerys might press her claim on the Iron Throne. Jon would push for northern independence. Euron would refuse to relinquish his hold on the North or the Iron Islands. Another storm loomed on the horizon, one of crowns and swords rather than ice and necromancy. In the next hour, Sansa found Jon and Arya near the ring of blackened rubble where Daenerys' men had begun burning the undead dragon's corpse. The siblings looked exhausted, spattered with grime. When Sansa approached, Arya gave a small nod, her eyes bright with unshed tears. "You're safe," Arya said quietly. Sansa nodded. Her throat felt too tight to speak. She took Arya's hand, then stepped forward and embraced Jon, burying her face in the soft fur at his shoulder. For a moment, the world receded, and they were only siblings reunited, survivors of so many horrors. Jon murmured against her hair, "It's over. The dead are gone." She swallowed, pulling back slightly, her eyes damp. "We still have to deal with the living." He sighed, his gaze flicking to the churned battlefield. "Aye, that's the truth. Daenerys wants to gather the lords, including Euron, to discuss what happens next. She claims we need a united realm to rebuild, that the Seven Kingdoms must stand together or risk falling apart in further wars." He paused, looking to Arya, who set her jaw. "But how will Euron react? He calls himself king of the Iron Islands, and the North through his marriage to you." Arya's lips curled in disgust. "We can't let that stand." Sansa agreed wholeheartedly. "No, we can't," she whispered. "But I also fear that if we confront him too soon, he might lash out. He still has a fleet, a loyal core of Ironborn. The North is weakened." Jon rubbed a hand across his face. "I know. And if Daenerys tries to impose southern rule on the North, many houses will rebel. The cycle of war might continue indefinitely." Arya folded her arms, the broken staff from earlier slung across her back. "We'll find a way," she said firmly. Sansa nodded, wishing she shared Arya's confidence. But if anyone could navigate the labyrinth of politics, perhaps it was all of them working together. The living had proven capable of unity against the dead, albeit by necessity. If they could channel that cooperation into forging a new political order, maybe there was a chance for lasting peace. Before the siblings could say more, a swirl of wind announced Drogon's arrival. Daenerys landed lightly near the group, dismounting with regal poise. She nodded once at Arya, a faint smile acknowledging the role she had played in destroying the Night King. Then Daenerys's gaze flicked to Sansa. Something in the Targaryen queen's eyes softened. "Lady Sansa, your guidance in maintaining supplies and morale helped us succeed today. I won't forget it." Sansa inclined her head. "Thank you, Your Grace." Daenerys let out a breath, her shoulders sagging slightly. "Now that we've survived this, we must decide how to proceed. I intend to gather the lords, Euron, the Northmen, and whatever remains of House Lannister's power, and see if we can negotiate a new order. But I'll be clear, I have not forgotten my claim to the Iron Throne." Jon glanced at Sansa and Arya, tension evident in his posture. He said nothing, at least not yet. Daenerys continued, "I realize Euron Greyjoy poses a unique challenge. He is cunning, unpredictable, and has staked a claim on your homeland by marrying you. Sansa, we'll need a careful approach. Perhaps we can offer him a different path to power if he relinquishes the North. Or perhaps we can remove him by force if that fails." Arya's eyes gleamed. "I'll handle him if need be." Sansa put a gentle hand on Arya's arm. "It may come to that, but we need to be certain we don't plunge the North into chaos. The men are exhausted, battered from the war. Another open conflict might break them. Euron thrives on chaos. We can't underestimate him." Daenerys nodded. "Agreed. I'll see that we have time to rest, rebuild, and bury our dead. Then we'll summon Euron for a parley." She paused, scanning the ruined courtyard. "At least the living can handle each other with words, if we so choose. No more walking corpses." The group exchanged tired nods. The wind carried the acrid smell of burning flesh, a reminder of the cost of their victory. Sansa looked toward the horizon. Perhaps the real struggle was just beginning. The threat of the dead had unified them for a moment, but old ambitions and feuds remained. Euron's presence loomed like a dark shadow, yet Sansa felt a glimmer of resolve. She was not the naive girl who once dreamed of a handsome prince. She was a woman who had survived the worst men in Westeros could offer. If the realm was to be rebuilt, if the North was to be truly free, she would play her role carefully. And if that meant casting down the man who called himself her husband, so be it. In the days that followed, the armies lingered near High Point, tending to the wounded, building funeral pyres for the dead, and dismantling any remnants of White Walker magic. The world felt suspended, as if deciding whether to lurch into a new war or grasp at peace. Sansa oversaw ration distributions, forging a fragile camaraderie between the Ironborn and the Northmen who huddled around shared fires. She watched Euron strut through the remnants of the camp, collecting trophies from the whites he had slain. She saw Theon, battered but alive, always at the periphery, exchanging quiet words with the men he could trust. Jon and Daenerys conferred frequently, discussing how to approach Euron. Messages flew via Raven to the Vale and Riverrun, calling for lords to gather. They spoke of forging a great council once the snows receded enough for safe travel. Sansa learned that Tyrion Lannister, though absent from these battles, had survived somewhere in the south, trying to rally what remained of his house's resources. A new tapestry of alliances was forming, or perhaps unraveling. Only time would tell. At last, a cold dawn came when Daenerys, from atop Drogon, surveyed the field. She decided they should return southward to less inhospitable lands and begin the process of rebuilding. Winter was harsh, but at least the immediate region was cleared of whites, and the threat that overshadowed all the realm was ended. Euron, naturally, resisted the idea of traveling south under Daenerys's watch, suspecting a trap. But Jon assured him the North was in no state to betray alliances now. The battered houses simply needed respite. Gradually, the living forces began to pack up and move. For Sansa, the march that followed was surreal. No longer were they being hounded by the dead. Instead, they moved at a steadier pace, burying or burning bodies as needed, ensuring no whites were left behind. The threat had dissipated, leaving only the tension among the living. Whenever she saw Euron and Daenerys cross paths, she noted how they sized each other up. Two ambitious rulers, each unwilling to kneel. She noted how Jon watched them both, sometimes with a furrowed brow, as if trying to reconcile his loyalty to the North, his love for Daenerys, and his hatred of Euron for claiming Sansa. And she noted how Arya, silent and quick, hovered near the edges, as though waiting for a chance to deliver a blade if words failed. At night, Euron claimed Sansa in his tent. He did not physically hurt her, perhaps buoyed by the triumph or the knowledge that she was more valuable than ever, but she felt the weight of her bondage. She endured, as always, storing each slight and cruelty for a day when she might break free. Sometimes he would taunt her with talk of how, now that the dead were gone, the North was truly his to subjugate. She would remain poised, quietly challenging him to show whether he could keep a realm that despised him. Neither said what they both knew, that the alliance was untenable, that a reckoning was coming. Eventually, they reached a point where the roads diverged. Jon and Daenerys wished to head toward Winterfell, hoping to gather the scattered remnants of the Northern Lords. Euron, for his part, wanted to return to Pike, check on his fleet, and assess the state of the islands. A question loomed: where would Sansa go? She was torn between a desperate desire to be free of Euron and the knowledge that her presence in Winterfell might incite him to violence. If she tried to leave him openly, he might lash out with all the fury of the Iron Fleet. Jon urged a compromise. They would all travel to Winterfell for a short time, to hold a meeting of the lords, and from there Euron could return to Pike with his men. Euron regarded this with a calculating stare, clearly suspicious. But he agreed, perhaps wanting to flaunt his new station in the very seat of House Stark. So the combined forces continued to Winterfell, battered though it was from past wars. When they arrived at the old fortress, the gates yawned wide, revealing the courtyard that Sansa remembered so vividly. Her heart pounded as she saw the familiar towers and walkways. She had been away for so long that returning felt more like entering a dream. Snow blanketed the walls, and many repairs still needed to be done after the ravages of the Boltons and subsequent battles. But it was Winterfell, the seat of the Starks, her childhood home. She almost wept. Euron, riding beside her, let out a satisfied hum. "So this is Winterfell," he mused, eyeing the ramparts. "A bit unimpressive, if you ask me, but it does have a certain presence." Sansa kept her face impassive. She would not let him see her turmoil. Daenerys and Jon led the host into the courtyard, greeted by a handful of loyal stewards who had stayed behind. Winterfell's great hall was opened, torches lit, hearth fires stoked to chase away the biting chill. Over the next few days, scattered Northern lords arrived. Once they heard the news that the White Walkers were destroyed. It was a muted sort of celebration. Everyone was exhausted, mourning the dead, uncertain about the future. In that uneasy lull, Euron prowled the corridors of Winterfell, as though he considered it his right. Sansa accompanied him at times to maintain appearances. She saw the expressions of the staff who recognized her. They looked upon her with pity or confusion, perhaps wondering why she walked with the Kraken. When she could, she would speak quietly to them, reassuring them that House Stark still stood. A gathering was finally convened in the Great Hall. Daenerys sat at the dais, flanked by Jon, Tyrion Lannister, who had arrived unexpectedly from the south, and the surviving Northern lords, including Arya, who refused to leave Jon's side. Euron swept in grandly, a handful of Ironborn captains behind him. The tension was thick. Even with the memory of their joint victory over the dead, the differences among them were stark. Daenerys stood, addressing the hall with measured authority. She praised the bravery of all who fought the Night King, recognized Jon as a hero of the North, nodded to the Ironborn for their part in the struggle. Then she stated her intent: to claim the Iron Throne in King's Landing and unite the 7 kingdoms under her rule, forging a lasting peace. The realm, she argued, could not afford further divisions. Euron's lip curled. "And what of the North?" he asked loudly, letting his gaze sweep across the hall. "The North, which I currently hold through my marriage to Lady Sansa Stark. Shall I hand it over just to see your pretty dragons roost in King's Landing?" A murmur ran through the crowd. Jon exchanged a look with Daenerys. Tyrion cleared his throat. "Lord Euron, the North belongs to House Stark. You do realize that your claim rests on a forced marriage, one that many would dispute as invalid under the laws of the Seven." Euron laughed, a harsh bark. "Invalid? The union was witnessed by a drowned priest, sealed by salt and stone. If you wish to test the Ironborn's traditions, you're welcome to try. But I suspect your southern laws might not hold much sway here." A few Ironborn captains jeered in agreement. Sansa stood near the dais, her heart thudding. This moment was crucial. She stepped forward, mustering all the composure she could. "Lord Euron," she said, her voice ringing in the hush, "we both know that I married you under duress, to save lives and stave off an Ironborn invasion. You have had your share of spoils. Now that the threat of the dead is ended, perhaps we can discuss a more equitable arrangement." She paused, letting her gaze shift to the northern lords in the hall: Glover, Manderly, Serwyn, and others. "The North never accepted your rule wholeheartedly. You recognized that your power here was tenuous. Why not consolidate your hold on the Iron Islands and let the North choose its own leaders?" Euron's eye flashed with anger, but also a grudging respect for her boldness. "You'd have me leave the seat of Winterfell so easily? My queen, are you so quick to cast me aside after we shared a victory in battle?" The words dripped with mockery. Jon spoke, his voice tight with controlled anger. "The North has bled too long under false kings, Boltons, Freys, and now an Ironborn pretender. We have no desire for more war, but we cannot accept your dominion." Euron looked at Jon, then Daenerys, assessing the numbers in the hall. Tyrion's presence, the dragons outside, the loyal Northmen. Did he truly believe he could stand against them all? Possibly not. But surrender was not in his nature. His expression hardened. "You may have your illusions of unity. I have the Iron Fleet at my call. The seas are mine. If you try to force me out, I will unleash fire along every northern coast. Think carefully." Sansa's heart sank. The threat was real. The North, crippled by the war against the dead, could ill afford a naval conflict. She glanced at Daenerys, who lifted her chin. "The seas may be yours," Daenerys said, "but dragons cross the seas with ease. If you turn to open war, I will burn your fleet to ashes." The tension spiked. Euron's captains bristled. Some northern lords murmured approval at Daenerys' threat. Others grew pale, fearing the devastation that might follow. Tyrion cleared his throat again, stepping forward with an air of calm mediation. "Let's not forget, we stand in Winterfell, a place that has seen too much war. The people are weary. Perhaps a peaceful resolution can be found if we are willing to negotiate. Lord Euron, the Iron Islands have always valued their independence. See, so too do the Northmen. Why not retreat to your islands? Rule them as you see fit, and let the North slip from your grasp. You have the Salt Throne. Let that be enough." Euron gave Tyrion a narrow-eyed look. "And you think the Iron Islands can flourish alone, with a Targaryen queen on the throne in King's Landing? Or a Stark king in Winterfell? Bah, I've heard that promise before, that we can remain free if we stay on our rocks and fish our seas. But eventually, the mainland always tries to rein us in." Jon's voice held an edge. "After what we've survived, do you truly think the realm would be eager to wage war on the Iron Islands? We want peace, but we will defend ourselves if you insist on playing the conqueror." Euron flung his arms wide. "I am a conqueror. I have tasted power. I have laid claim to more than just the islands. This union with Lady Sansa," he gestured at her with a mocking flourish, "was meant to cement my power on the mainland. A hush fell, and Sansa felt the eyes of the entire hall on her. She inhaled slowly, summoning her courage. "You forced my hand once," she said, voice level. "You threatened my people and took advantage of our desperation. But the North is not desperate now. We have recovered some measure of unity. You do not stand as a savior anymore. You stand as a usurper." He gritted his teeth. "Then you'd better kill me now, if you want to keep me from reclaiming my prize." His gaze flicked around the hall, daring someone to draw steel. In that instant, Sansa realized that Euron might provoke a confrontation right here. He wanted to show he wouldn't back down. She looked at Arya, whose hand twitched near a hidden blade. Tension coiled in the air like a drawn bowstring, ready to snap. Daenerys shifted slightly, as if ready to call for her guards or even her dragons. Jon clenched his fists. The Ironborn captains reached for axes. But Tyrion raised both hands, voice calm and measured. "No one needs to die in this hall. Lord Euron, if you want to keep your life and your fleet, there is a path. Yield the North, end the marriage, and sail home to Pike with your men. Pledge not to raid our shores, and we pledge not to burn your islands. It's that simple." Euron snorted. "And you think you can trust me to keep that pledge? We can draft formal terms, witnessed by many lords," Tyrion answered. "If you break them, you'll be seen as the aggressor. The entire realm will unite against you." Sansa could see Euron's mind whirling, the calculations flickering behind his single eye. Even he could not stand against a realm that had faced the White Walkers and won, not to mention the presence of dragons. Still, he was a proud man, unlikely to slink away meekly. She braced herself for his decision. At length, he let out a short, humorless laugh. "If the entire realm unites, perhaps even I can't stand alone. But do you truly believe they'd remain united for long? Westeros is a pit of vipers." Daenerys' voice was quiet but firm. "We will remain united long enough to crush any who sow chaos for personal gain." Another tense silence. Finally, Euron looked at Sansa and let out a sigh that was half a snarl. "Well, my queen," he said, bitterness lacing the words, "it seems you've slipped the noose, you and your North." He turned to Daenerys, eyes gleaming with that predatory mischief. "Fine, I'll withdraw on one condition. I keep my title as King of the Iron Islands, and no man or dragon sets foot on my shores unless invited. You will let me rule my corner of the sea in peace." Tyrion nodded at Daenerys, who glanced at Jon. Jon, though stiff with anger, gave a slight nod of assent. Daenerys returned her gaze to Euron. "If you keep your men off mainland shores, do not raid our coasts, and respect this new order, I see no reason to intervene in the Iron Islands." Jon added, voice taut, "Swear it before the assembled lords, and we will abide by it." Euron barked a mirthless laugh. "Then so be it. Bring forth your scrolls, your fancy words. I'll sign or put my mark, but if you break it first, I'll come with a vengeance you cannot imagine." His eye raked across the hall, settling finally on Sansa. "And what of this marriage, then? Shall I relinquish the wolf?" Sansa clenched her jaw, summoning a steady voice. "Yes, by the laws of the Seven, the marriage can be annulled, as it was coerced. We will formalize that as part of the treaty." A twisted smirk crossed Euron's face. "So quick to cast me aside. You never did appreciate my charms." Then he waved a hand in mock acquiescence. "Fine. You're free of me, Lady Sansa. May you find a husband more to your taste. Perhaps that bastard brother of yours can find you a fitting match." Jon stiffened, but Sansa simply lifted her chin. "Thank you, Lord Euron, for your gracious concession," she said, letting sarcasm drip from her tone. Euron's captains stirred uneasily, but he held up a gloved hand to still them. "Peace," he muttered. "I've had enough corpses for one lifetime. We'll sign your documents, share a final feast, and then you'll see our sails fading from your horizon." With that, he turned on his heel and strode from the hall, his men trailing behind. In the stunned silence left behind, Daenerys stepped down from the dais, exchanging glances with Tyrion and Jon. Slowly, relief seeped into the atmosphere. There might yet be no new war. The lords in the hall looked at each other, at Sansa, at Daenerys. Uncertain, but hopeful. Arya exhaled a breath she had been holding, her posture relaxing. Sansa stood there, numb. In that moment, she realized she was free. The forced marriage that had haunted her for so many months was ending without bloodshed. Euron would sign a treaty, sail away, and leave the North at peace. Of course, the future was still uncertain. Euron might break his word, or Daenerys' claim to the throne might spark new conflicts. But for now, the immediate noose around her neck had loosened. Jon stepped forward, gently taking Sansa's hands in his. His eyes shone with relief and concern. "You did it," he said softly. "You faced him down. He's letting you go." She nodded, tears gathering in her eyes. "I can hardly believe it. I was certain he would lash out." Tyrion offered a faint smile. "Euron Greyjoy may be mad, but he's not stupid enough to provoke a war he cannot win. The presence of dragons, and a realm newly tested by the dead, makes his position precarious." Daenerys regarded Sansa with a hint of warmth. "You have my thanks for your patience, Lady Sansa. I know how much you've suffered at his hands." Sansa mustered a polite dip of her head. "Thank you, Your Grace. I only hope we can move forward in peace, for the sake of everyone who has lost so much." Her voice shook slightly at the last words. Daenerys gave a regal nod, then turned to the Northern Lords, calling for them to gather and begin drafting the necessary terms. Jon joined them, discussing the details in earnest, while Arya slipped out, presumably to shadow Euron's men in case they tried anything treacherous. Sansa stood there a moment longer, the swirl of voices and commotion around her feeling distant. She closed her eyes, exhaling a tremulous breath. When she opened them, Theon stood a short distance away, a mixture of relief and grief on his face. He nodded once as if congratulating her. She managed a small smile in return. Perhaps they both could finally start to heal from the nightmares that had dogged them. Days later, the treaty was signed. The Northern Lords bore witness, as did Daenerys, Jon, Tyrion, and other dignitaries. Euron marked the document with an exaggerated flourish, returning the quill to Tyrion with a smirk. Thus ended the union of Euron Greyjoy and Sansa Stark. It was an unceremonious thing, the final stroke of a pen. Euron stood, dusting off his gloves, and cast one last glance at Sansa. She held his gaze steadily. No fear, no subservience, only a quiet relief and an underlying defiance. He gave a brief, mocking bow, then departed with his captains. Within the week, the Ironborn packed their gear, loaded their wagons, and set off for the nearest western coast, where they had beached their ships. They marched away under the watchful eyes of northern scouts, who would ensure they actually left the land. The day Euron himself disappeared from view, crossing the ridge beyond Winterfell, Sansa felt as if a weight had lifted from her chest. She stood on the ramparts, the wind tugging at her red hair, tears slipping down her cheeks. This time, they were tears of something like release. Jon joined her, placing a hand gently on her back. "He's gone," he said, voice hushed, as if scarcely believing it himself. "The North is free of him." Sansa nodded, dashing the tears away. "Yes, and if the gods are good, he'll never return." Jon's face was lined with empathy. "What do you want to do now?" She looked out at the snowy landscape that surrounded Winterfell. Rebuilding beckoned. The scars of war ran deep, not just in the land but in the hearts of the people. She thought of how much had been lost. Her parents, her brothers, so many. But she also thought of the resilience of the North, the way they had united against the dead. And now, freed from Euron's claim, Sansa could help guide them toward a future that might actually be shaped by justice and compassion. She breathed deeply, inhaling the crisp winter air. "I want to help restore our home, to make sure the people are cared for, that the new lords rule with mercy, that we never again bow to a tyrant." She gave Jon a sidelong look. "I suspect Daenerys will press you to go south, to claim or unify the rest of Westeros. The North will look to you to stand firm for their independence or their special status." Jon exhaled. "We'll see." Part of me just wants to rest, to let Daenerys handle the south. But there are alliances to forge, rebellions that might brew. The realm is in flux. Sansa touched his arm gently. Whatever happens, we face it together. No more scattered Starks. Arya is here. Bran may still be out there somewhere, though none have seen him. We are stronger together. Jon nodded, warmth in his gray eyes. Aye, we are. And you, Sansa, will always have a voice in whatever decisions come. You've earned that and more. She smiled softly, stepping away from the rampart edge. They walked side by side back into the castle's corridors, the ghosts of the past trailing behind them. Though winter still gripped the land, there was a sense of renewal in the air. The dead were vanquished, Euron's shadow receding into the western seas. The north, battered but not broken, stirred with the promise of tomorrow. Over the next weeks, Sansa immersed herself in the tasks of administration. She oversaw the distribution of what little harvest remained, coordinated with Daenerys' advisors to help feed the North's population until spring. She spent long hours in council with Jon and Tyrion, sorting out issues of trade, rebuilding roads, ensuring that the knowledge of forging and using dragonglass was preserved in case some new threat ever rose. Daenerys, for her part, devoted energy to forging alliances in the south, sending ravens to every corner of the realm, emphasizing the unity forged by the Great War against the Night King. As the winter days lengthened slightly, Sansa could almost feel a stirring of hope. She walked the ancient halls of Winterfell, remembering her childhood, reflecting on the woman she had become. Sometimes she would stand in the Godswood, gazing at the heart tree, letting the quiet envelop her. One evening, she found Arya waiting there, perched on a low branch with her hood pulled up against the chill. They spoke in hushed tones about the future, about the people they had lost, about Euron and whether they should fear his return. Arya's stance was firm. If he ever comes back, I'll kill him myself. Sansa smiled at that, though a pang of old fear twisted in her belly. I hope he remains content in the Iron Islands, plotting new adventures that keep him far away from us. Perhaps the drowned god will swallow him whole. Arya smirked. If so, the drowned god might spit him out. Too sour a morsel. There was a faint mischief in her voice that eased some of Sansa's lingering tension. Over time, visitors trickled into Winterfell. Lords from the Vale, from the Riverlands, and eventually from King's Landing, some representing Queen Cersei's remnants, others coming from newly risen factions seeking to carve out power in the aftermath. It was a swirl of diplomacy. Sansa was often at Jon's side as an advisor, or at Daenerys' side as a translator for northern concerns. In these negotiations, her experience with Euron's manipulations taught her caution and wisdom. She recognized false flattery, read the micro-expressions of men who harbored secret ambitions. Her voice carried weight, for she had survived one of Westeros's most notorious tyrants, and parted ways with him unbroken. Letters arrived occasionally from the west, signed with Euron's flourish. They were brief, somewhat mocking, but they confirmed that he was rebuilding a portion of his fleet, proclaiming himself king of the Iron Islands. He boasted of raiding foreign coasts, possibly in Essos, but refrained from harassing the North or the Crownlands, thus keeping to the treaty's terms. Rumors swirled that he dabbled in dark magic again, that he consorted with warlocks in obscure corners of the world, or that he sought a mythical horn to bind krakens from the deep. Sansa shivered whenever she read those rumors, but she took solace in the fact that he was no longer a daily presence in her life. In the nights when Sansa closed her eyes, she sometimes dreamed of the battles, of the Whites overrunning the camp, or of Euron's single eye gleaming in the gloom. But gradually, those nightmares receded. In their place, she found a growing sense of purpose. She was the Lady of Winterfell now, truly free to shape the castle's future, to influence the North's direction, to ensure no more tyrants would seize her homeland. She had Jon, Arya, and the support of the loyal lords. Together, they forged a fragile but promising path. As the nights waned and the promise of spring lurked somewhere on the horizon, it became clear that Euron Greyjoy's marriage to Sansa Stark was relegated to the annals of strange, war-torn alliances. A footnote in the savage times of the Great War, overshadowed by the White Walkers and the dragons. Yet it had shaped the North's fate in critical ways, forcing people to unite, spurring them to set aside old grudges in the face of a worse threat. In a cruel irony, Euron's hold over the North had helped gather the living to fight the dead. But now that era was over. On a mild morning, mild for the North, Sansa visited the Godswood alone. Snow still covered the branches, but birds chirped softly in the canopy, heralding the first hints of a changing season. She knelt by the heart tree, running her fingers over the gnarled roots. The red leaves rustled, as if in gentle acknowledgement. She closed her eyes, letting memory wash over her. Ned Stark guiding her as a child, Catelyn's loving voice, the heartbreak of the War of the Five Kings, her captivity under Joffrey, Tyrion's awkward kindness, Littlefinger's manipulations, Ramsay's torments, and then Euron's forced marriage. Each wound had scarred her, but she had survived. She was still here in Winterfell with her family, and the North was free from the dead, free from the Kraken's grip. She felt tears slip down her cheeks, though she was not sure if they were tears of sorrow or relief, perhaps both. The future would hold new challenges. Daenerys and Jon might marry, or there might be conflict over the Iron Throne. Euron might reemerge as a threat if he broke the treaty. Yet for now, Sansa savored the quiet moment. She prayed to the old gods for guidance, for the strength to protect her home and her people from whatever lay ahead. When she rose, the world seemed lighter, as if something in her soul had shifted. She turned and walked slowly back toward the castle, leaving footprints in the fresh snow. In the courtyard, she spotted Jon sparring with a few loyal men, practicing with wooden swords to keep their skills sharp. Arya perched on a fence rail, barking out advice, telling Jon to stop telegraphing his moves with his feet. Sansa allowed herself a small, genuine smile. One day at a time, she thought. They had faced the worst darkness, and they were still standing. Euron Greyjoy, the self-proclaimed king of the North, was gone, and the North would endure without him. Sansa would see to that. The wind teased her hair as she crossed the yard, passing guards who saluted her respectfully. She stepped into the warmth of the great hall, where a fire crackled in the hearth, throwing flickering light across the stone floor. This was her home, her seat of power now, no longer overshadowed by a Kraken banner. She drew a steady breath and moved forward, ready to fulfill the promise of the future she had fought so hard to claim. Sansa Stark stood at the edge of the Godswood as the last snows of the fading winter drifted around her, like remnants of old ghosts reluctant to leave. The heart tree's scarlet leaves were still as tattered banners in the hush of morning. Sometimes she half expected her father's voice to echo from behind the pale trunk, as if he might emerge from memory to guide her in the new labyrinth of politics and reconstruction that lay ahead. But there was only silence, and the mild wind that rippled the reflecting pool. Winterfell was hers to guide now, yet the weight of that responsibility felt heavier with each passing day. She had spent so much of her life fleeing oppression. First King Joffrey, then the Boltons, and most recently Euron Greyjoy. That last tyranny had ended in an unlooked-for settlement. A treaty that allowed Euron to sail away and leave her free, the forced marriage annulled. Logically, she knew it was a victory. Emotionally, she struggled to feel triumphant. The North lay battered by war after war, the people were exhausted, and though the dead were gone, the living still had ample capacity for cruelty. Yet the present offered hope of a different sort. The Night King was destroyed. The White Walkers, those living nightmares from beyond the wall, had fallen. The living had stood together, Targaryens, Starks, Ironborn, Dothraki, Unsullied, and half a dozen other unlikely allies. They had achieved what once seemed impossible. Now it was time to piece together whatever remained of the realm. And Sansa would do all she could to ensure the North did not once again become anyone's stepping stone to power. She turned away from the weirwood and traced her path back to the main courtyard. The day promised the glimmer of a milder season, though true spring might still be weeks or even months away, given the severity of the winter that had just passed. Small clumps of frost clung in corners where shadows did not yield to the morning sun. Smoke curled from chimneys, and the smell of cooking oats and bread drifted on the air. Guards patrolled the walls, fewer than in times of active war, but more than in times of peace. She had learned through hard experience never to leave Winterfell unwatched. In the courtyard, a cluster of northern soldiers drilled, going through forms under the watchful eye of Brienne of Tarth, who had come north at some point in the war against the dead and stayed on in service to both Daenerys and the Starks. The tall warrior knight wore a thick fur mantle over her armor, her breath steaming in the cold. Nearby, Gendry, who had joined the cause after forging dragonglass weapons, helped direct a few blacksmiths' apprentices, though the forges now turned to more domestic works. Nails, plowshares, the everyday items of rebuilding. Every so often, Gendry would glance over at Arya Stark, who stood in a far corner practicing archery with uncanny precision. Arya, fully in her element, loosed arrow after arrow, each striking near the center of the target. Sansa paused to watch her younger sister. There had been a time when she hardly recognized the wolfish, lethal figure that Arya had become. But now, with the dead destroyed and the realm forging a path forward, there were moments, subtle but unmistakable, when Sansa glimpsed the child Arya used to be, the girl in muddy boots who had always wanted to learn the sword. She was grown now, a killer of the Night King himself, and perhaps the best blade in all the North. Yet for all her steel edges, Arya's eyes could still soften when she looked upon family. Sansa's reverie ended when Jon emerged from a side door, nodding greetings to the men and women in the yard. He wore a heavier beard than when he'd first returned to Winterfell from the Wall, and streaks of tired lines fanned out beneath his eyes. He had fought in so many campaigns, endured so many losses. Though not crowned king, thanks to the complexities of Daenerys Targaryen's presence, Jon had become a figure of enormous influence. The lords of the North respected him as a hero. The free folk beyond the Wall revered him. Even the southern realms were learning to trust his grim sincerity. He approached Sansa, offering a faint but genuine smile. "I was looking for you. We're expected in the Great Hall soon." "Yes, the meeting," Sansa said, exhaling. "Daenerys wants an update on the state of the North, and Tyrion's pressing for word about the Crownlands. I half wonder if it will end in another argument over titles." Jon ran a hand through his dark hair. "Likely. Tyrion's been urging that we negotiate a more permanent arrangement with the Vale and the Riverlands for trade and mutual defense. Daenerys wants to press on King's Landing while there's still disarray among Cersei's remnants, but she's also reluctant to leave the North in an unsettled state. She and Tyrion keep discussing strategies that won't spark a fresh civil war." Together, they walked toward the keep. Servants bowed respectfully as they passed. Sansa could not help noticing that a good portion of the staff were newly arrived from various corners of the North, seeking shelter after the devastations of recent years. The larders were not as full as she would have liked. She and the stewards had rationed carefully through the winter, especially during the height of the threat from the dead. Now, with the promise of spring, they would need to sow seeds, rebuild barns, and hope for a stable growing season. War was always the hungry enemy in the background. They climbed the stairs into the great hall, warmed by multiple hearths and lined with rough-hewn tables. The dais was arranged with seats for the major figures: Daenerys Targaryen, flanked by Tyrion Lannister and Missandei on one side, Jon and Sansa on the other. Lords from across the North were present: Glover, Serwyn, Manderley, and others. From the Vale came Lord Yohn Royce, tall and stern. There were also emissaries from Riverrun and even a small contingent from Dorne, though that contingent kept mostly to themselves, huddled near the back, uncertain of how a Targaryen queen and the northern lords might interact. The overall mood was cautious. People had come because the North had become the seat of strange new power. Daenerys's dragons were still near, roosting in the far fields outside Winterfell's walls. And the king in the North, or at least the man many still considered such, was here too. Daenerys herself sat upright, regal in a heavy white and silver cloak. She had not pressed for formal obeisance since the victory over the Night King, but everyone knew she still claimed the Iron Throne. Her hair was braided in a style that kept it from her face, revealing the lines of fatigue that never quite left her eyes. She wore a measured smile, though tension clung to her posture. Sansa and Jon took their seats beside her. As soon as Tyrion called the gathering to order with a polite clearing of his throat, the murmur of conversation quieted. "My lords," Tyrion began, turning to nod at the Vale at the north and at the handful of southern envoys. "We stand today in a tenuous peace. The dead have been vanquished, but the living remain divided among old lines. Queen Daenerys Targaryen invites you to speak freely on the needs of your regions, that we may come to a lasting arrangement. We are not blind to the burdens you have borne. The North, especially, has endured unspeakable devastation." Sansa saw Lord Glover shift, bowing his head slightly to her and Jon before clearing his throat. He was an older man now, made older still by the recent wars. "Winterfell has been the heart of the North for centuries. We are grateful to have it standing at all. But our small folk are hungry, our fields are scorched or frozen, and many of our barns were burned in the battles. We can't feed an army or pay heavy tributes. We need time to recover." Daenerys nodded, her expression earnest. "We do not seek to tax the North into ruin, Lord Glover. I understand the toll that war has taken on your lands. Westeros as a whole must look inward now to rebuild. There can be no question of forcing the North beyond its capacity." A small flicker of relief crossed Glover's features. Sansa was glad that Daenerys was at least speaking diplomatically. That had not always been the case in earlier sessions, where the Queen's impatience with local quarrels had sometimes rankled the lords. Tyrion turned to the Vale's representative. "Lord Royce, the Vale fared better in terms of farmland during the wars, having largely stayed out of direct confrontation until later. Might the Vale be willing to open some supply lines to the north in exchange for certain future guarantees of protection?" Lord Royce stroked his graying beard. "We might, but we must also address the neutrality we have maintained thus far. Lord Baelish once guided the Vale's involvement. He is gone now, and we are forging a new direction. If we provide food and resources to the north, we'd expect that the north stand with us, should any outside threat come knocking, particularly from the Iron Islands." At the mention of the Iron Islands, a hush fell. Sansa felt her stomach clench. Euron Greyjoy, if he kept his word, would remain across the sea from them, minding his own affairs. But Royce was not wrong. The Ironborn had never been entirely predictable. Sansa wondered if Yara Greyjoy might eventually regain her throne from Euron, if she had not done so already. All the news from the islands was murky. Euron boasted of his travels and conquests in letters, but it was unclear whether the Iron Islands themselves were fully under his control. Daenerys pursed her lips. "House Greyjoy has parted ways from these alliances. Euron's threat remains, should he change his mind. But we have dragons, and the North has proven resilient. I intend to keep an eye on Pike's movements. Still, yes, any trade agreement would include mutual defense." Royce inclined his head. "Then the Vale will open its stores and trade routes in measured proportion to how we see this new realm shaping. I speak plainly. Many of us in the Vale question whether the North will remain under your leadership, Queen Daenerys, or if it will attempt to stand alone. We are not blind to certain sentiments among these lords." All eyes slid to Jon and Sansa. Jon's jaw tightened. He spoke quietly but firmly. "The North has bled for independence before. We have also bled to save all of Westeros from the Night King. Many of our people question why they should kneel to a southern throne again. Yet we cannot pretend we have no need of alliances. The world has changed. For now, we are allies with Queen Daenerys. She helped us fight the dead, and we owe her that debt. But it's true that the North will not stand for oppression. We want to remain free to govern ourselves." Daenerys looked at him with carefully contained emotion. One could see the tension in her gaze. She still believed in her birthright to rule the Seven Kingdoms, but her gratitude to Jon and the North was genuine. She nodded slowly. "I do not wish to be a tyrant. My father, the Mad King, taught Westeros how dire that path can be. I want unity, not subjugation. At the same time, I cannot simply ignore my claim to the Iron Throne or allow the Seven Kingdoms to fragment beyond recall. Perhaps there is a middle path, an arrangement that grants the North wide autonomy yet binds it in alliance with the Crown in King's Landing." Sansa watched the interplay, heart flickering with an odd mixture of caution and hope. The old dream of northern independence lingered, but the realm was so battered that more conflict could devastate them all. If a compromise could be reached, some new model where the North was effectively free but recognized Daenerys's overarching authority and name, maybe that would buy the peace they needed to rebuild. A generation down the line, it could be renegotiated. Before she could interject, Arya stood at the edge of the dais, having slipped into the hall unnoticed by many. "We've heard talk of alliances for months," she said bluntly. "But these words alone won't fill bellies or rebuild houses. Let's speak plain. The North does not want more war. The Vale does not want more war. Dorne might not want more war, but we've never been certain with them." She cast a brief glance at the Dornish delegation, who shifted uncomfortably. "Queen Daenerys, if you truly want to unify the realm, you'll need to prove that your rule benefits everyone, not just the Southern Lords." Tyrion took a breath, likely bracing for the Queen's reaction. But Daenerys only nodded again. "I hear you, Arya Stark. That is why I propose we undertake a grand effort to repair the roads across Westeros, to re-establish safe travel and trade. We will send the Unsullied and any volunteers from the North and Vale to clear bandits, rebuild collapsed bridges, protect merchant caravans. This will benefit all. And if the lords of these regions see genuine progress, they will be more inclined to see reason in a peaceful realm. Does that not seem fair?" A moment of cautious approval rippled among the assembled. Sansa let out a small breath. A practical step was better than more talk of crowns. "That does seem wise," she said. "But who will coordinate it? The North can spare some men, but we are also short-handed, especially in manpower for spring planting." Tyrion raised a hand. "The Crown can dispatch architects, stonemasons, and engineers, some from what remains in King's Landing, others from the allied houses in the Reach or the Stormlands, once we have them on board. We'll use the royal treasury to fund it. We will also need local labor, of course, but the main burden should not fall on the North alone. This is a realm-wide initiative." Daenerys looked around the hall. "I will send ravens to every major lord, inviting them to contribute to or benefit from this rebuilding effort. Any who refuse will find themselves isolated from this new network of trade and security. That should provide a strong incentive." It was a careful mix of carrot and stick. Sansa, remembering the brutality she had endured, found some grim satisfaction in the notion that the realm would be coaxed toward peace by potential prosperity, rather than threatened with dragons alone. It was the right approach, she thought, or at least better than prior attempts. With that, the official talk of alliances ebbed, and Tyrion gestured for a short recess. Stewards brought out jugs of weak ale, cups of warmed wine, and trays of bread and cheese. People milled about in the hall, forming small knots of conversation. Sansa and Jon moved to speak with Lord Serwyn, who needed reassurance that his lands near the White Knife would receive support against roving bandits. Arya drifted over to Gendry and quietly asked him about a new forging project. Daenerys conversed with Lord Royce, Missandei at her side. The air in the Great Hall was not joyous. Too much tragedy still hung over the North, but at least it was no longer dire or full of looming threat. Sansa took what comfort she could in the knowledge that the realm was attempting to move forward without devouring itself. Partway through these discussions, Sansa felt a tug on her sleeve. She turned to see Theon Greyjoy, wearing a modest set of northern leathers, still bearing the scars of his captivity. She forced a small smile, stepping aside with him. "Theon," she said warmly, "it's good to see you out and about." He inclined his head. "I've been helping in the stables. Seems I'm more use there than in the war councils." He hesitated, glancing around. "I wanted to let you know. We received a raven from the Iron Islands this morning. A fisherman's boat arrived in White Harbor with news from Pike." Her heart gave a subtle start. "From Euron?" "No," Theon said quickly. "From some of Yara's allies. They claim Yara has retaken parts of the islands, driving out those Ironborn loyal to Euron. They say Euron's been away, possibly raiding foreign coasts or traveling abroad, but his captains still hold a few strong points. There's fighting on the smaller isles." Sansa considered that carefully. "So Yara might overthrow him entirely?" Theon nodded. "It's possible. She's got more local support than he does in the long run. People are weary of Euron's madness and his endless hunts for rumored magical artifacts. They prefer Yara's steadier leadership, especially after so many fruitless wars. If Yara consolidates the Iron Islands under her rule, Euron's men might be forced to choose or flee. Sansa felt a flicker of relief. If Yara triumphs, that might remove Euron as a threat entirely. He would be an outlaw with no base, no real fleet. Theon's expression remained cautious. He's dangerous no matter what. He's slippery. But yes, if Yara truly solidifies her hold, the islands may rejoin the realm, or at least keep to themselves in peace. I thought you'd want to know. Sansa placed a hand lightly on his arm. I appreciate it. I do want to know. It could change everything if the Iron Islands are no longer under his banner. He nodded. I'll keep watch for more ravens. With that, he withdrew, leaving Sansa with a swirl of possibilities. Maybe soon, she would no longer have to fear some future cameo of Euron Greyjoy returning to Winterfell demanding to reassert his marital rights or some nonsense. She was free, the treaty was ink on parchment, but the nightmares still shadowed her. She prayed that Yara would dethrone him for good. Eventually, the recess ended, and the War Council resumed more logistical talks. Sansa remained attentive but found her mind wandering now and then. Rebuilding roads and forging alliances were necessary steps. Yet she knew the realm's deeper scars would take years, perhaps decades, to heal. Only time would tell if Daenerys' approach was wise enough to prevent future conflicts. By the day's end, the lords and ladies dispersed, each to their tasks. Lord Glover and some others stayed in Winterfell, occupying guest chambers that had once been lavish but were now modestly furnished after repeated sackings. Tyrion approached Sansa near the dais, a thoughtful cast to his features. "My lady," he said cordially, "I wanted to share an idea with you. I suspect you might approve, or at least have insights." She gestured for him to continue. Tyrion rubbed his hands together as if for warmth. Now that the White Walkers are no more, the Night's Watch is diminished in purpose. They still guard the wall, but their numbers are scarce, and it feels as though we need a new approach to the far north. Perhaps we could repurpose or expand the Watch's duties. Turn them into a kind of northern ranger force that helps secure roads, monitor wildling integration, and keep an eye out for any new threats. Sansa tilted her head. Interesting. You believe that might also help unify some of the exiles or broken men who normally join the Watch? He nodded. Yes, precisely. We can offer men with no place to go a chance to redeem themselves by serving in a reorganized Watch. No longer a penal colony, but a professional order that keeps the peace in the North's wild frontiers. She contemplated it. It would take time to restructure. The Night's Watch has centuries of tradition, none of which easily pivot to a new role. But you're not wrong that a major threat is gone, and the Watch needs new purpose. Jon might have opinions about that. He was Lord Commander once. Tyrion smirked. I intend to speak with him as well. But I wanted your thoughts, since you rule the North effectively. She raised a gentle but firm hand. Jon is the nominal leader in many eyes, and I advise him. We share the burden, along with the other lords. I'm not a queen, Tyrion. He regarded her carefully. You function as one in all but name. Jon commands the loyalty of the fighting men, yes, but you command hearts and minds in day-to-day governance. Don't underestimate your position. Then, with a courteous half-bow, Tyrion excused himself to catch Daenerys before she left the hall. Sansa stood there for a few moments, absorbing his words. She had known for some time that the North looked to her for guidance, especially in matters of law, supply, and negotiation. Jon's strengths lay in leadership on the battlefield, in moral authority, in forging alliances. Hers lay in sustaining them. If a new realm emerged from these ashes, Sansa suspected she would have a key role in shaping it, even if she never claimed a crown. She left the hall and made her way to the modest solar that had been set aside for her use. Inside, a brazier glowed softly, taking the chill from the stone walls. A few scrolls lay on a table, updates from the Manderleys about shipping in White Harbor, a list of repairs needed on the outer walls of Winterfell, and a short letter from Peter Baelish's old steward in the fingers, referencing property that had once been in Baelish's name. She sighed, thinking how these smaller matters could swallow entire days. But it was necessary. A soft knock on the door made her turn. She called for the visitor to enter, and Arya slipped in, moving with her usual feline grace. "Tyrion left in a hurry," Arya noted, glancing around. He and Daenerys seemed to be in deep discussion. He might have an urgent plan. Sansa gestured for her sister to sit. "He's always spinning some plan. As Master of Whisperers or Hand of the Queen, whichever role he's effectively claiming these days, he can't sit still." Arya settled in a chair, toying idly with a small knife. "I trust him more than I used to, but I still watch. The Lannister name doesn't inspire warm feelings." Sansa nodded her understanding. The memory of their father's death under Joffrey's rule, of the Lannisters' tyranny, could never vanish. Yet Tyrion had proven himself different. Flawed, yes, but earnest in wanting a better realm. They sat for a moment in silence, the crackle of the brazier filling the small solar. Then Arya spoke again, quietly. "I might leave soon, Sansa. I need to see more of the world. After all that's happened, I can't just stay in Winterfell." Sansa's heart pinched. "You've only just come home," she said softly. "Is it not enough? We might need you here, especially if things become tense again." Arya shook her head, a flicker of sadness crossing her face. "I love you all, but I'm not the kind of person who stays in one place. I've changed. Too much. I want to see what lies west of Westeros, or maybe across the narrow sea. There's so much out there beyond lords and ladies and all their bickering." Sansa reached out, resting a hand on Arya's forearm. "I understand. I wish you'd stay, but I won't hold you back. Just promise you'll return when you can. We are Starks. We endure best together." Arya's eyes glistened faintly. "I promise. And if I hear rumors of Euron Greyjoy or any other threat to our family, I'll come faster than a direwolf on the hunt. That's my vow to you." Sansa let out a trembling breath. "Thank you. You saved us all with the Night King. I trust you'll always find a way." Arya gave a crooked smile. "Death has many faces. I'm no stranger to them anymore." She rose, flipping the knife in her hand with an ease that spoke of endless practice. "I'll be here a bit longer, but I'll make preparations. I imagine Gendry might come or go. I'm not sure. He has his own life to sort out. He's a lord's son now, recognized by royal decree, but he hates that formality." Sansa rose with her, hugging her sister gently. "He cares for you. I know that. Whether that's enough to keep either of you from wandering, I suppose time will tell." Arya shrugged in that self-sufficient way. "We'll see." Then she slipped out, leaving Sansa alone in the solar with her roiling thoughts. Days passed in a blur of administrative tasks and small councils. Jon took an expedition south to inspect some of the roads leading toward Moat Cailin, accompanied by a contingent of guards and a few masons. Daenerys and Tyrion spent hours drafting letters to various lords, soliciting their support for the grand rebuilding initiative. Reports trickled in of scattered bandits or ex-soldiers turned brigands, but overall, the realm was calmer than it had been in years. Sansa managed the reconstruction around Winterfell itself, allocating resources, ensuring winter stores were used judiciously until the spring crops took hold, and organizing the local watch to protect outlying farms from wolves, both the four-legged and the two-legged variety. She set aside a portion of her day to meet with small folk who brought grievances or requests. That gave her insight into the real shape of the North. People needed timber to rebuild cottages, seeds to plant, livestock to replace what had been lost in the wars. Winterfell could not supply everything, but it could coordinate what little they had. The presence of Daenerys's dragons in the nearby fields caused a stir among peasants. Some fascinated, some terrified. Drogon remained the largest, a black-red serpent that dwarfed the ramparts whenever he took flight. Regal, still bearing scars from the battle with the undead Viserion, seemed calmer, though sometimes he roared at night, echoes bouncing off the hills. People whispered prayers to old gods and new, uncertain if these beasts were truly friendly or only temporarily tamed. Sansa occasionally glimpsed Daenerys flying overhead, patrolling the skies. She had grown more adept at riding, but it was clear that controlling dragons was no easy matter. The winter winds still buffeted them, though it was no longer the dead of the long night. Amid these routines, a new rumor began to spread through the north. Cersei Lannister might be in hiding somewhere in the Crownlands or had fled overseas, possibly to Essos. Nobody knew for certain. Some whispered that she was dead. Others claimed she had taken the lion's share of the Lannister gold and retreated to the Westerlands with whatever loyal knights remained. Tyrion received conflicting reports. Daenerys tried sending scouts, but the roads south of the Trident were not fully safe, and her grip on King's Landing was tenuous at best. Indeed, she had not formally occupied it, as it was said to be in chaos under leftover Lannister guards. One crisp morning, a raven arrived from King's Landing itself, bearing a broken seal that looked like the lion of House Lannister. Sansa, curious, accompanied Tyrion and Daenerys as they examined the scroll in Winterfell's library tower. Missandei read it aloud, translating some archaic references. The letter was from a certain Ser Forley Prester, a knight once loyal to the Lannisters, now claiming to control a portion of King's Landing. He wrote that Cersei had vanished during the final days of the war against the dead. The Red Keep stood largely empty of its highest functionaries, though some gold cloaks remained. Ser Forley implored Daenerys to come claim the city to restore order. He warned that criminals and sellswords roamed Flea Bottom, and any day might see an uprising or the city's utter collapse. But he also warned that a large group of mercenaries, possibly the remnants of the Golden Company, still lingered outside the city, uncertain who to serve. Daenerys's brow furrowed. So they want me to ride south immediately, quell the mercenaries, and seize the capital as my seat? And they claim to do this in the name of House Lannister? Ridiculous. Tyrion tapped the table. Not entirely. Ser Forley might be genuine in wanting order, or he might hope to manipulate the situation. The Golden Company is a formidable force, though they were reportedly battered during the war. If they remain near the city, the potential for chaos is real. You might have an easy time seizing King's Landing if the common folk are desperate for stability. But are you ready to leave the north behind so soon? Daenerys did not answer immediately. Sansa saw the conflict in her eyes. The queen wanted the Iron Throne, but she had grown to respect the north, and perhaps had grown to care for Jon, though that was a complicated matter. There was also the risk that claiming King's Landing by force could cause new resentments or spark a renewed civil war. At length, Daenerys sighed. We must consider it carefully. Tyrion, draft a response. We will investigate these claims. I will send a smaller envoy south to confirm the situation. I am not about to march an entire army and dragons into the city without understanding the circumstances. If we can take the throne peacefully, we will. If the city wants me as queen, then let them open the gates. Missandei nodded, transcribing the queen's words. Tyrion rubbed his chin. I'll see to it. Who do you trust to lead this envoy? Daenerys thought for a moment. Grey Worm is loyal, but he's not the best diplomat. I might send Jorah Mormont if he were still alive. She trailed off, remembering that Ser Jorah had fallen in the war against the dead, defending her until his last breath. I need someone with a level head, a known name, who can negotiate but also defend themselves if needed. She looked at Tyrion, then at Sansa. Tyrion braced, anticipating that he might be chosen. Sansa also felt a tug of curiosity. Would Daenerys ask her to go? But after a beat, the queen's gaze returned to Tyrion. Tyrion, you should go, along with a small retinue. You know the city better than anyone, you know the Lannisters, you can speak for me in negotiations. Bring 6 unsullied for protection, plus a few knights from the north if Sansa is willing to spare them. Sansa nodded in agreement. We can find volunteers, but be wary. King's Landing is a viper's nest, especially with the Golden Company lurking about. Are you sure you don't want to bring more men? Tyrion shrugged slightly. A smaller group might seem less threatening, more diplomatic. If I need to send for reinforcements, I will. But this way, we minimize the risk of inciting the mercenaries to panic or deciding to fight. Daenerys rose from the table. Then it's settled. Tyrion, you'll leave within the week. Send frequent ravens. If the city is ready for me, I'll come. And we'll see if the 7 kingdoms truly unite under my banner." In the days that followed, Tyrion made his preparations. He recruited a small band of reliable men from House Serwyn and House Manderly, along with a few Unsullied, and set about collecting supplies for the journey. Sansa gave him letters for any northern refugees in King's Landing, promising them that Winterfell would welcome them if they wished to return. She also gave him a personal note for any Tully relatives who might be lingering in the city, though Edmure Tully was rumored to be in Riverrun, not King's Landing. Tyrion accepted them all, carefully sealing them in wax. Meanwhile, a portion of the Vale's men departed for the Eyrie, having pledged some modest shipments of grain. Arya made her own quiet preparations to leave as well. She had not disclosed precisely when she would depart or by what route. Her skill at disappearing had only grown. One evening, Sansa found a note in her solar, penned in Arya's neat but small script. "I will be gone by dawn. Don't try to stop me. I'll return. Eh?" Sansa had sat on her bed, tears slipping down her cheeks, but she understood her sister's choice. This was who Arya was now. A wanderer, a free spirit, a blade in the darkness. Better to let her find her path than to cage her. On a brisk morning, the courtyard was filled with mild commotion as Tyrion and his small retinue prepared to ride out. Daenerys stood by Drogon in the far field, the great beast rumbling discontent at being left behind. Grey Worm helped load supplies into wagons, and Missandei checked final details, speaking quietly with Tyrion. Jon, having returned from Moat Cailin the night before, was there as well, exchanging a few last words. Sansa approached Tyrion at the head of the column. He turned to her with a grin that was part nerves, part bravado. "You'll miss me, I'm sure," he said wryly. No more wise counsel in the great hall. She permitted herself a small laugh. "You do like to hear yourself talk, but sometimes you say something worthwhile. Be careful, Tyrion. King's Landing can be treacherous." He inclined his head. "I have no illusions. I grew up in those corridors of deceit, but I'm not the same naive soul I once was. I'll keep my eyes open." Then, surprising her, he gently took her hand and brushed it with a light, courteous kiss. "Until we meet again, Lady Sansa, may the roads be safe and your burdens light." She felt a brief pang of memory from their forced marriage under the Lannisters. How strange that time seemed now, how distant. "Safe travels," she said quietly. "The realm still needs your cunning, so don't get yourself killed." He chuckled. "I'll do my best." With that, he mounted his horse, signaled the men, and the small entourage clattered out of Winterfell's gate, heading south along the King's Road. Sansa stood there watching until they were out of sight, the morning sun glimmering on their helms. She tried to quell the sense of foreboding that churned in her belly. So many times had well-intentioned folks ridden away on errands, only to meet tragedy. She prayed the gods would spare Tyrion. Days slipped by in a quieter routine. Jon continued to check various strongholds in the north, ensuring the new watchers or guard posts were in place. Daenerys oversaw the finalization of the road-building initiative, dispatching more ravens, coordinating with men from the Reach or the Stormlands who trickled north to discuss the plan. Sansa and the Northern Lords hammered out a more formalized council that would meet seasonally at Winterfell, addressing internal disputes or trade concerns. All of it felt like the painstaking sowing of seeds after a long, bitter winter. The harvest was uncertain, but at least they were trying. One cool afternoon, Sansa stood atop the outer walls, gazing toward the horizon. She remembered the day Euron and his Ironborn had marched on Winterfell, how the battered gates had swung open, and the grim tension that had saturated the air. Now, she saw peasants driving small carts of timber or hay, watched a distant shepherd guide his flock along the hills. Life was creeping back into the land. Her thoughts turned to the news Theon had shared, that Yara Greyjoy contested Euron's hold. If Euron lost the islands, he might be powerless. But then, an unpredictable man with a single ship could still cause havoc, especially if he continued his rumored hunts for dark magic. She tried not to dwell on that. Perhaps the day would come when the North's watchers reported that Euron Greyjoy had been slain by his own people, cast into the sea. Would that bring her closure? She was not certain. So many nightmares were carved into her memory that they might never fully fade. But each day was a step away from that horror. Each day she found strength in guiding her people. A raven from Tyrion arrived a fortnight later, bearing the seal of the hand of the queen. Sansa, Jon, and Daenerys gathered in the same library tower to read it, Missandei standing by. The letter was lengthy. Tyrion reported that King's Landing was in a dire state. Lawless pockets in Flea Bottom, the Red Keep half deserted. Rumors that a self-styled lord called Morrigan had set himself up in Maegor's Holdfast. The Golden Company remained encamped outside the city's walls, leaderless and fractured, some wanting to declare for Daenerys, others hoping to find an alternate claimant. There was no sign of Cersei Lannister. The small folk were desperate for stability, and Ser Forley Prester, who had penned the earlier letter, seemed genuinely eager to cede control to Daenerys if she would assume the throne in a peaceful manner. But there was a complication. A handful of lords from the Stormlands had come forward with a distant Baratheon cousin, proclaiming him the rightful heir of that region and suggesting that, in the absence of a strong Lannister regime, he might make a claim for the throne. Tyrion did not believe they had much backing, but it could not be dismissed outright. The letter ended with a plea for Daenerys to come soon, with enough force to stabilize the city, but not so large that it terrified the population. "Your dragon alone might suffice as a deterrent," Tyrion wrote. "The people have seen enough war. Show them your power without burning their homes, and they may welcome you as the queen who ended the madness." Daenerys set the parchment down, gazing at Jon and Sansa. "It seems fate calls me to King's Landing. My birthright is there for the taking, yet I must be cautious in how I seize it." Jon crossed his arms. "A single dragon might keep the peace, but a single dragon might also remind them of the horrors your father inflicted." She inclined her head. "I know. I do not plan to follow in his footsteps, but I must show enough strength that no one tries to challenge me with steel. If the Golden Company sees an overwhelming advantage on my side, they might surrender or switch loyalties." Sansa weighed in calmly. "If you leave the North with many of your forces, will you also leave us a measure of security? We've only just begun rebuilding. If you strip the Unsullied away, the roads might be more vulnerable to bandits again. The Vale men are mostly gone, the Dothraki scattered or returning to Essos. We have our own knights, but I worry." Daenerys nodded thoughtfully. "I cannot leave the North undefended. Perhaps I can take only half the Unsullied, plus Drogon and Rhaegal. Grey Worm will likely insist on going. He's my trusted commander. Missandei as well. That would still leave a contingent of Unsullied to assist with the roads here. And you have your own men plus the newly formed local watch. If an emergency arises, send a raven, and I can fly back quickly." It was a delicate balance, but it seemed feasible. They spoke further, discussing timing. Daenerys wanted to leave within a fortnight, giving enough time to gather supplies and finalize the rosters of men who would accompany her. Jon frowned, concerned for potential traps. Sansa asked if Jon would go with Daenerys or stay in the North. That question made Daenerys's brow crease. "I would like you by my side," the Queen said to Jon, not unkindly. "You have a gift for rallying men. The Southern Lords might respect you more than me at first. If you vouch for me, we might avoid bloodshed. But I understand the North needs leadership." Jon glanced at Sansa. "I don't want to abandon Winterfell." Sansa spoke up. "We can manage, but I do think your presence could help prevent a new war in King's Landing. The North will accept it if you go temporarily, so long as they know you're not leaving them forever to kneel at a Southern court. You can reassure them that you're representing Northern interests. I can remain here to oversee matters." Jon considered it, clearly torn between his sense of duty to the North and his desire to prevent more conflict in the South. Finally, he exhaled. "I'll go, but if the city is stabilized, or if we see that they don't need me, I'll come back. The North is my home." Daenerys allowed a small smile. "Thank you. Let's pray this path brings peace rather than more war." Over the following days, preparations were made for Daenerys's departure. A smaller force of unsullied mustered in the main courtyard, checking their armor and spears. Grey Worm oversaw the logistics, ensuring they had enough wagons of supplies for the journey. Missandei carefully sorted official documents. Proclamations that recognized the North's alliance, letters of safe conduct for any lords near the Crownlands, and a draft of the new realm's potential structure if Daenerys took the throne peacefully. Jon had a less formal retinue, northern soldiers from House Mormont and House Serwyn, a few of his most trusted men who had survived the war against the dead. Gendry decided to join them as well, partly out of curiosity, partly to see if forging in King's Landing might yield new opportunities. Davos Seaworth, who had also been in the north, volunteered to come too, hoping his voice of reason might help. Sansa spent those days quietly ensuring the leftover Unsullied at Winterfell had proper quarters and instructions. She also worked with the local stewards to formalize a chain of command for the new Watchers. If bandits struck or if some other crisis arose, the Watchers needed to respond swiftly. She took pains to reassure the people that Winterfell would stand firm, that the Queen's departure did not mean the North was abandoned. On the last evening before the march, Sansa and Jon shared a private conversation in one of the smaller rooms near the Old Maester's tower. A single lantern flickered on a table, casting dancing shadows across their faces. Outside, the wind rattled shutters. Jon leaned against the wall, arms folded. "I'm uneasy about leaving you, especially after everything you've been through. Are you sure this is best?" Sansa forced a gentle smile. "I'll be fine. You forget that I spent years navigating King's Landing, the Vale, the Boltons, Euron Greyjoy. I can handle Winterfell, and it's not as though we're at war here. We have food, we have Watchers, we have loyal lords, we have no undead threat." She paused, her eyes glimmering with sincerity. "Jon, I want you to do this. I can see how your presence might avert a war in the south. Daenerys needs someone who the realm trusts at her side, and I believe you can shape her to be a kinder ruler." He studied her. "I will try. She's not her father, but she can be harsh. She has a good heart but also a fierce will. If King's Landing welcomes her, fine. If not..." Sansa's expression grew somber. "Let's hope it doesn't come to fire and blood. The city has seen too much of that. So have we all." Jon moved to embrace her, and she let him, resting her head against his broad chest. For a moment, it felt like simpler times, siblings comforting each other in the face of unknown dangers. She shut her eyes, remembering the illusions of childhood, the warmth of family dinners, the absolute faith she had once had in her father's unwavering honor. Now, the world was a swirl of gray areas, alliances of convenience, threats from unexpected corners. But at least they had each other. The next morning, Daenerys's procession departed. Drogon and Rhaegal took flight overhead, their shadows sweeping over Winterfell's walls. Grey Worm led the Unsullied in perfect formation, banners snapping in the wind. Jon rode near the Queen, while Davos and Gendry followed. A wave of Watchers parted to let them pass out into the wide world. Small folk gathered to watch from the courtyards or the roads, some cheering, some simply gawking at the dragons. Sansa stood atop the ramparts again, slender hands gripping the cold stone, watching until the travelers vanished over the horizon. Then she turned her attention fully to Winterfell. The next months, she knew, would be crucial. They had to restore farmland, replant seeds, rebuild morale. A single bad harvest could ruin them if the roads were not truly safe for trade. She poured her energy into that mission, day after day, greeting petitioners in the morning, discussing logistics with the stewards in the afternoon, and quietly conferring with Theon, Brienne, and the local Watchers about security each evening. The short nights brought exhaustion, but she found a certain peace in purposeful work. She no longer had the oppressive presence of Euron overshadowing her or the dread of White Walkers. It was a simpler type of challenge, if anything in Westeros could be called simple. Weeks passed with no dire tidings. Occasional ravens arrived from Jon's party as they made their way south. They reported that roads were passable but rough, that some villages were recovering from the wars, and that the local folk in the Riverlands were wary but not hostile. Daenerys had not unleashed her dragons to terrorize anyone. Rather, she used them mostly to scout the route ahead, ensuring there were no large brigand forces waiting. That circumspection seemed to help. People recognized the new queen was not here to ravage them. Sansa was relieved each time the ravens brought no news of pitched battles. She started to hope that perhaps, for once, Westeros might find a relatively bloodless transition of power. But as the late spring rains fell and green shoots spread across the farmland near Winterfell, an unexpected visitor arrived. A lone rider on a tired horse, escorted to the gates by suspicious watchers. Sansa was summoned to the courtyard to meet this individual, a man wearing battered black and gold leathers, his hair silvered at the temples. He dismounted clumsily, revealing that one arm was in a makeshift sling. The watchers parted, letting Sansa through. She recognized him vaguely as someone from King's Landing, perhaps a lesser retainer of the crown? She couldn't place his name, but she remembered seeing him at some feast years ago when she was still betrothed to Joffrey. He bowed, wincing. "Lady Sansa Stark," he rasped. "I bring urgent tidings from the south. May I speak with you in private?" She gestured for the watchers to remain cautious but allowed the man to follow her into a small antechamber off the courtyard. Theon, ever watchful, stood by the door, arms crossed. The man sagged into a chair. Sansa saw now that he was younger than she'd first thought, perhaps only in his late 30s, but worn by exhaustion. "Your name?" Sansa asked quietly but firmly. "Ser Adam Hedges, once in service to House Baratheon, then the crown." He swallowed. "I come from King's Landing, or near it. I'm not sure how much news has reached you, but it's chaos there. The Golden Company splintered. Some have joined with Daenerys, some with other claimants. The city gates opened to her, but so did the mercenaries brandishing steel. There was a battle brief but bloody. The Queen's dragon laid waste to some who refused to yield." Sansa's heart picked up pace. A battle? But we heard no word that the city was resisting her in earnest. Tyrion wrote. Hedges shook his head. Tyrion was trying to negotiate. He nearly succeeded, but a faction in the Golden Company decided to defend the city from what they call the Foreign Dragon Queen. They said the people would never accept a Targaryen. I don't know the details, only that fire erupted outside the gates, and the Queen's forces forced entry. Now half the city is in an uproar, though the Red Keep stands mostly intact. And your brother, Jon Snow, he was in the thick of it. Sansa felt a spike of fear. Is he? I don't know, Hedges admitted, looking pained. I only escaped in the confusion. There were pockets of fighting all over. Some city folk cheered Daenerys, others panicked. I know Grey Worm led the Unsullied in a push through the main gate. Drogon was overhead, unleashing flames on mercenaries near the walls. Some parts of Flea Bottom caught fire. I heard that Tyrion was trying to minimize the destruction, but he swallowed. War is war. I fled once I realized the city might be lost to chaos. I rode north to find help, or at least deliver warning. Sansa's mouth felt dry. Warning of what? Of a potential exodus or a wave of refugees or maybe new conflicts. And you should know, a smaller band of mercenaries, possibly led by an ex-Lannister commander, broke away from the main force and headed west. They might be aiming for the gold in Casterly Rock, or they might try to retake the north for all I know. The realm's in flux again. She closed her eyes briefly. After all their hopes for a peaceful transition. Thank you, Ser Adam. You've done well to bring this news. I'll see you get a meal and rest. The maesters can tend your wounds. He nodded gratefully, near collapse, and Theon helped him out. Sansa stood there, anger and dread swirling in her. So Daenerys' approach to the city had indeed sparked conflict, as many had feared. She pictured Jon in the midst of swirling chaos, trying to keep the peace, perhaps trying to rein in Daenerys' more destructive impulses. She prayed he still lived. The mention of some parts of Flea Bottom caught fire twisted her insides. How many innocents would burn in the crossfire of a queen's ambition and mercenaries' greed? Regaining her composure, She summoned the Watchers to share what she'd learned. Within an hour, she convened the Northern Lords present in Winterfell, Glover, Serwyn, Manderley, along with Lady Lyanna Mormont if she had arrived, or her appointed steward, and any other available local leaders. She explained that King's Landing might be in chaos, that Daenerys had apparently confronted some Golden Company loyalists, and that the city was not wholly at peace. She recommended that they prepare for possible refugees or even roving bands of mercenaries looking for spoils. Lord Glover scowled. "We can barely feed ourselves, let alone a wave of southern refugees." Sansa steadied her voice. "I know, but we cannot turn them away to starve. Some might be innocent small folk fleeing the fires. We'll do what we can. We can direct them to the Riverlands or the Vale if need be. We'll keep them out of the heart of the North if they pose a threat." Manderley stroked his thick mustache. "And if these mercenaries come north seeking loot?" Sansa's eyes narrowed. "Then we will treat them as brigands. We'll meet them with steel at the moat or wherever they appear. I do not intend to let them rampage through our lands. We have Watchers, we have men. We'll do what we must." They agreed with some reluctance. Sansa then asked Theon and any capable scouts to spread Watchers along the key roads, Moat Cailin especially. If a large armed group approached, they would know quickly. As the meeting dispersed, Sansa felt the old coil of tension returning to her shoulders. Why could nothing ever end simply with peace? She should have known better. In the subsequent days, a handful of ragged travelers did arrive, half-starved, telling stories of chaos in the Crownlands. The Golden Company had splintered. One half surrendered to Daenerys, the other fought to the bitter end, and pockets of them still roamed. The Old City Watch, the Gold Cloaks, were divided in loyalty. Some had welcomed Daenerys, others fought for a lost cause. Tyrion tried to keep order, but fires had ravaged part of the city. Sansa gleaned bits and pieces, but no direct raven from Tyrion or Jon arrived. She was consumed by worry for her brother. Some nights, she could hardly sleep, her mind conjuring visions of dragonfire and blood, reminiscent of the worst days of the war. Yet she kept her composure by day, ensuring her lords saw only resolve. At last, near dusk one day, a single raven arrived bearing the Targaryen seal. The ink was smudged, as if written in haste, but it was undoubtedly Tyrion's hand. The Watchers rushed it to Sansa, who read it with bated breath in her solar. It described the aftermath of the battle in King's Landing. Daenerys had indeed forced her way inside when part of the Golden Company refused to yield. Some destruction had occurred, casualties on both sides. The Red Keep had not been razed, but Flea Bottom and the Gate of the Gods area had suffered. However, Tyrion wrote that Daenerys had halted further carnage once it was clear that most of the city would bend the knee, or at least accept her rule out of desperation. Now they were working to quell fires, feed the survivors, and restore order. Jon Snow was alive, having fought valiantly to stop the fighting before it escalated. He was injured, a wound to the shoulder from a mercenary's spear, but healing under the care of the Red Keep's remaining maesters. Tyrion admitted that Daenerys' wrath had flared during the battle, but Jon's intervention had convinced her to spare large portions of the city from dragonfire. The letter ended with an assurance that the worst was over, that Daenerys was effectively in control, though remnants of the Golden Company or other agitators might still cause trouble. Tyrion hinted that the city's mood was uneasy. The people had seen enough war to last a lifetime, and many feared the idea of a new Targaryen queen. But so far, Daenerys had not repeated the horrors of her father. Relief coursed through Sansa at Jon's survival. She read the letter again carefully, focusing on Tyrion's measured words about Daenerys' aggression. She wondered if this was a sign of what was to come. If the queen intended to hold the throne by fear, would she truly be better than the tyrants who had come before her? But Tyrion's letter implied that Jon's presence had tempered Daenerys' impulses, giving hope that she could rule with some measure of mercy. She penned a reply at once, expressing gratitude for the news, urging them to keep the North informed, offering whatever northern supplies they could spare if refugees needed to travel north, though that was limited, and voicing her continued hope for a stable realm. She did not write the words, "Please let me see my brother if he is well enough to travel." But the longing lay between the lines. She sealed it and had it dispatched by the same raven. Time moved on. King's Landing's chaos ebbed into uneasy quiet. Another letter from Tyrion detailed how Daenerys had begun reorganizing the City Watch, punishing those who had looted or set fires. She had placed banners with the three-headed dragon on the Red Keep's ramparts, proclaiming herself Queen of the Seven Kingdoms. But she also posted notices inviting any lords who contested her claim to come forward or forever hold their peace. Many smaller houses in the Crownlands bent the knee swiftly. The Stormlands, led by that minor Baratheon cousin, issued a cautious acceptance. Perhaps they sensed they had no real chance against the dragons. The Westerlands were in confusion, lacking a clear Lannister heir, so they did not mount an immediate challenge. Riverrun and the Vale watched from a distance. Dorne was aloof as always. Some factions muttered about independence, but so far no widespread rebellion had formed. Occasionally, refugees trickled up the King's Road, telling stories of battered neighborhoods and smoldering ruins, but also of how the Unsullied and Daenerys's newly pledged City Watch were distributing bread and water. People were too tired to resist, or so it seemed. Sansa suspected there was potential for future unrest, but for now, the realm was too drained for immediate uprising. In the north, Sansa oversaw the sowing of new crops. The nights grew shorter, and the sun felt warmer on the ramparts. She took comfort in the small signs of life returning. The bleating of lambs, the sprouting of green in the once frozen fields, the laughter of children playing in corners of the courtyard. She also found some measure of solace in the fact that she no longer woke to the dread that a monstrous husband might appear at her door. The memory of Euron still haunted her, but it was diminishing, overshadowed by more pressing matters. Another fortnight later, a raven arrived with surprising tidings. Daenerys intended to hold a formal coronation in King's Landing within the month, and she invited all the major lords of Westeros to attend or send representatives. She wanted to make the monarchy official, presumably to quell any lingering doubt. She has made peace with most of the Golden Company survivors, offering them a choice to join her or leave Westeros, Tyrion wrote. The city is stable for now, though resentments simmer. Jon is recovering from his wound well enough to attend. We invite you, Lady Sansa, or whomever the North chooses to send, so that the realm may see a symbol of unity between Queen and Starks. Sansa read this in the privacy of her solar, hands trembling slightly. Could she trust that the city would be safe enough for her to travel there in person? Was it wise to leave Winterfell, just as their planting season was crucial? But to refuse would be seen as a snub, and it might endanger the North's political standing. The other lords might interpret her absence as a sign that the North spurned the new queen. Daenerys might interpret it as disloyalty. She called a council of the local lords, including Glover, Manderly, Serwyn, and the representatives from other houses. After hearing their advice, she concluded that a presence in King's Landing was necessary. The North must show solidarity, or at least the semblance of it, while also safeguarding their autonomy in the eyes of the realm. She decided to attend, but with a careful entourage. Brienne of Tarth, Theon, and a small group of loyal Northern Knights would accompany her, ensuring her safety. Meanwhile, the Watchers and the local lords would maintain order in Winterfell. Lord Glover frowned. Lady Sansa, is it wise for you to step foot in King's Landing again, after all you suffered there? Let someone else represent the North. She mustered a wry half-smile. Thank you for your concern, my lord, but I must do this. The realm sees me as a key figure in the North. Jon is recognized as well, but he's already in King's Landing. If I don't appear, rumors will swirl that the North is rejecting the Queen. We can't afford that. I'll endure. I faced worse foes, so it was decided. Within a week, Sansa assembled what she needed for the journey. A sturdy wagon with supplies, extra mounts, and a retinue of about 20 men and women. She named Lord Manderly's second son as the caretaker of Winterfell's daily business in her absence, with oversight from Glover and Serwyn. She penned instructions for any watchers to report bandit activity or suspicious groups. She wrote a letter to be sent to Daenerys, announcing her imminent departure. Early one morning, the small group set out from Winterfell, heading south on the King's Road. This time, there were no roving horrors of the undead, no forced marches by a tyrant. Theon rode near her, quietly vigilant. Brienne, tall and imposing in her armor, rode on the other side. The Northern Knights wore mismatched armor but carried themselves with resolute pride. They knew they represented the North at the Queen's coronation. As they traveled, Sansa was struck by the signs of spring. The snow along the roadside had melted into patches. Streams ran swiftly with meltwater. Birds sang from the budding trees. The villages they passed showed cautious optimism, planting seeds in newly turned fields. Many recognized Sansa Stark, greeting her politely or cheering softly. The roads were still rough from neglect, but one or two sections had begun to see repairs, likely from Daenerys's promised initiative. They encountered no major troubles on the road. A few camps of travelers moved north, refugees or merchants. Occasionally, they glimpsed newly posted watchers from the Vale or the Riverlands. At Moat Cailin, they found a small garrison of northern men reinforcing the ancient fort, ensuring no surprise attacks from the south. Sansa was heartened by the sense of cautious unity. If not exactly the stuff of songs, at least it was not open warfare. When they crossed into the Riverlands, Sansa felt a pang of nostalgia. She thought of her mother's Tully heritage, the times she had visited Riverrun as a child. But the land here bore scars. Burned farmhouses, battered keeps. Reconstruction efforts were underway, but many peasants still lived in half-ruined huts. She gave what small aid she could, distributing a few coins or encouraging her knights to share bread from their stores. Yet she knew it was a drop in the ocean. The wars had ravaged this region relentlessly. They pressed on, passing near Harrenhal's looming ruins, where crows wheeled around blackened towers. Brienne looked uneasy at the sight. Theon muttered something about curses. Sansa found the place haunted her dreams that night, though they made camp a safe distance away. The next day, they rejoined the main King's Road and continued south. As they approached the Crownlands, more signs of Daenerys's rule appeared. Hastily painted Targaryen sigils on signs, references to new watch posts, rumors among small folk that the Dragon Queen was formidable but not cruel unless provoked. A few travelers spoke of the fires that had flared near the city walls, but they also said the fighting had ended swiftly. That gave Sansa a flicker of relief. Perhaps the city had not burned to the ground as her nightmares had suggested. Finally, they beheld the outline of King's Landing from a distant hill. The city's walls rose along the horizon, the Red Keep perched on Aegon's high hill. Even from here, Sansa could see some blackened sections where the fires had raged. Thin wisps of smoke still rose from pockets of wreckage. But the walls stood, the gates were open, and movement bustled around them. Merchants, peasants, guards. Sansa's heart pounded with old memories. The stench of the city, the forced courtesies of the royal court, the fear that had dogged her steps as Joffrey's betrothed. Now, she came as Lady of Winterfell, no longer a naive girl. She squared her shoulders, ignoring the tremor in her belly. Brienne gave her a reassuring nod, as if sensing her tension. Theon, too, radiated a solemn readiness to protect her, as though he were determined to atone for old misdeeds. They descended the road toward the main gate, where Unsullied stood in disciplined ranks, eyes forward. Overhead, a large banner bearing the three-headed dragon billowed in the breeze. Sansa drew her mare to a halt as an Unsullied officer stepped forth, spear upright. He spoke in careful common tongue. "Halt. State your name and purpose." Brienne was about to reply, but Sansa answered calmly, projecting authority. "I am Sansa Stark, Lady of Winterfell. I come to attend the coronation of Queen Daenerys Targaryen at her invitation." The Unsullied recognized the name apparent. "Oh, why?" He bowed slightly. "Welcome, Lady Stark. We will escort you to the Red Keep." He signaled his men, and the gate opened for them. They rode through the streets of King's Landing, drawing stares from small folk. Sansa noted the signs of recent conflict: scorched walls, collapsed roofs, piles of rubble where buildings had burned. Some sections looked intact, albeit filthy and worn. People gave them wary or curious glances, likely remembering that the Starks had once been captives here. She kept her gaze forward, posture regal, refusing to let fear show on her face. As they neared the Red Keep, Sansa glimpsed new banners on the ramparts, Targaryen black and red fluttering in the breeze. Inside the gates, a courtyard bustled with unsullied, city watch, and workers hauling debris. A stable boy approached to take the horses. Sansa dismounted gracefully, exhaling a silent breath of nerves. The keep smelled of smoke, sweat, and old stone. Theon and Brienne flanked her. Then Tyrion appeared, stepping out from behind a scaffold where some repairs were underway. His clothes were dusty, and he looked thinner, more harried than before. But he broke into a grin upon seeing Sansa. "Lady Stark, I'm relieved to see you safe and well." She dipped her head politely. "You too, Lord Tyrion. We received your letters. I feared the worst when news of the fighting reached us." He sighed. "It was close, but we managed to contain it. Come, I'll take you to the Queen. Then you can see Jon, too. He's recovering." Her heart skipped at the mention of Jon. She felt a rush of gratitude that he was alive. "Lead the way." He guided them into the Red Keep's inner corridors, which felt half familiar and half changed. Some tapestries were gone, likely burned or looted. Sansa remembered walking these halls as a frightened girl, trying not to draw Joffrey's wrath. Now she walked them as a peer of those in power. Guards saluted as she passed. She kept her chin high, her mind racing with 1,000 thoughts. Tyrion brought them to a large audience chamber that had once been the throne room, though part of the ceiling was blackened from some past event, maybe the earlier wars. Workers toiled on scaffolding overhead, patching holes. At the far end, on a raised dais, stood the Iron Throne itself, twisted swords fused by dragonfire. Sansa felt a shiver, recalling how Joffrey once sat there, how Cersei had claimed it. Now, by the dais, Daenerys Targaryen stood, speaking quietly with Grey Worm. She turned when Tyrion announced Sansa's arrival. Her expression was guarded, but not hostile. She wore a dark dress with scaled motifs, and her silver-gold hair was braided back. "Lady Stark," she said, voice echoing slightly in the cavernous space. "Thank you for coming." Sansa dipped into a respectful curtsy, her posture graceful. "Your Grace, I come on behalf of the North, to witness your coronation and affirm the alliance we share." Daenerys assessed her, perhaps looking for any sign of sarcasm. Finding none, she nodded. "I appreciate your presence. It sends a powerful message of unity. And your brother, he will be pleased to see you." Sansa tried to hide the relief that coursed through her. "How is Jon?" Daenerys motioned for Grey Worm to step aside. Then she walked closer, speaking in a lower tone. "He's resting in the Maegor's holdfast. The wound was not mortal, but he lost blood. He insisted on fighting in the final push to quell the mercenaries. The maesters say he needs rest. I've tried to keep him from overexerting himself." There was a note of concern in her voice that revealed genuine care. Sansa exhaled. "May I see him?" Daenerys nodded. "Of course. Tyrion can show you the way once we've finished a few matters. The coronation is in 3 days' time, once the city is more or less stable. I hope you'll join me in council before that. Meet with the other lords who have come, help shape the realm." She paused, as if weighing her next words. "I promised the North autonomy, but I also need a gesture of loyalty. Something to show the realm that we stand together, and that you do not intend to break away the moment I'm crowned. Are you prepared to declare your acceptance of me as queen?" Sansa's heart pounded. This was the moment she had dreaded, publicly swearing fealty again to a Targaryen. But she remembered Jon's stance. As long as the North was treated fairly, recognized as an autonomous region with the right to self-rule in most matters, perhaps they could endure. The alternative was to spurn Daenerys and risk war or isolation. She had to choose. She inclined her head, letting her voice stay calm. "The North stands ready to uphold our alliance, Your Grace, so long as we are permitted the self-governance you pledged. We will pay no harsh taxes, we will keep our own lords, and we will defend our borders." but we acknowledge your throne. I can state that publicly, if that is your wish." Daenerys listened, nodding slowly. "That is acceptable. We shall formalize it in the presence of other lords. Then the realm can see that we are not enemies." Sansa managed a polite smile, though inside she felt the weight of that concession. She prayed it was the right path, that Daenerys would prove a just ruler, or at least not a tyrant. "I'll do as you ask." The queen offered the ghost of a smile. "Then we have an accord, Lady Stark. Let us proceed together." Tyrion stepped back into the conversation, clearing his throat. "If that's all settled, perhaps we can let Sansa see her brother. The coronation details can be discussed tomorrow." Daenerys waved them off, her attention shifting to Grey Worm. Sansa followed Tyrion through another set of corridors, Brienne and Theon trailing, until they reached Maegor's Holdfast, a smaller, more defensible area of the Red Keep. Guards let them pass. They entered a modest chamber that had once been a princess's living quarters. Now it served as a makeshift infirmary for Jon. Inside, they found Jon sitting on a simple bed, his left shoulder bandaged. A maester fussed with a bowl of herbs. Jon looked pale but alert, and when he saw Sansa, relief and warmth filled his expression. "Sansa," he said, voice rough. She hurried forward, kneeling by his bedside, ignoring her own decorum for a moment. "Jon, you're hurt." He shook his head slightly. "Just a flesh wound. It's healing. I'm glad you came. I was worried about the north, whether you'd be safe." She pressed her lips into a tight line. "We are managing. We heard the city had erupted. I was half out of my mind not knowing if you were alive." He reached out, took her hand, and squeezed. "I'm sorry. It happened so fast. The mercenaries refused to yield. They tried to provoke the queen. Let's say she used Drogon to make a statement." His tone carried a hint of sadness. "I tried to contain it to avoid mass slaughter. Tyrion and I both did. Could have been worse. We convinced her that burning the city wasn't the way." Sansa closed her eyes briefly, thankful they had at least reigned in total destruction. "And now? Is the city truly stable?" Jon exhaled. "For now. Daenerys is the recognized ruler here, aside from a few scattered loyalists to the old regime. But there's fear under the surface. People lost homes in the fires, some lost families. Rebuilding again." He looked as though the weight of it pressed on him, too. "I plan to stay until after her coronation, then see if we can finalize the North's autonomy. After that, I'd like to return home." "I'm not made for these southern courts, Sansa." She squeezed his hand, glancing at the bandage. "The realm might need you here, or she might. But if you want to come north, I won't stop you. We miss you." He half smiled. "Let's get through the coronation first." Behind them, Tyrion cleared his throat softly, reminding them he was present. "I'll leave you two to catch up. The maester says Jon's wound is healing well, so he should be able to attend the ceremonies without keeling over." Sansa rose, giving Jon a last affectionate pat on the arm. "Rest," she said. "I'll see you tomorrow. I have my own quarters to find, apparently." Theon and Brienne hovered near the door. Theon gave Jon a respectful nod. "Glad to see you in one piece, Snow." Jon grunted in acknowledgement. Brienne gave him a quick, assessing glance, as if verifying that he truly wasn't near death, then bowed and followed Sansa out. They moved down the corridor. Tyrion gestured to a suite of rooms. "We've arranged these for you, Lady Stark, along with accommodations for your nights. It's a far cry from the old luxury, but it's intact and not burned. If you need anything, let me know. Tomorrow we'll have a gathering of lords who have come for the coronation. Some from Dorne, some from the Reach, a few from the Stormlands. You can pay your respects or meet them." Sansa thanked him. Once he left, she and Theon entered the rooms. Brienne posted herself outside the door to stand guard. Inside, Sansa surveyed the sparse furniture, the faint smell of ash. Still, it was better than some places she'd been forced to stay. With a weary sigh, she set down her traveling pack. Theon hovered uncertainly. "Will you be all right here?" he asked softly. She looked at him. "Yes, Theon. Thank you for everything." Get some rest yourself. He inclined his head, then left. Sansa sat on the edge of the bed, letting out a long breath. The city weighed on her with its memories, its ghosts. Yet she reminded herself she was no prisoner now. She had come by choice with power behind her name. And if all went well, she would leave on her own terms, free. Across the city, men and women likely labored to clear rubble, to bury the dead, to begin the next chapter under a new queen. Sansa prayed it would not end in more heartbreak. For now, she shut her eyes, exhaustion pulling at her limbs. Tomorrow, she would meet with lords, speak on behalf of the North, and keep a vigilant watch for any sign that Daenerys might revert to the cruelty of the Targaryen past. And in the back of her mind, she considered how far she had come from the days of Euron Greyjoy's forced marriage. That chapter was closed, overshadowed by the storms of war and the forging of a new monarchy. Whether this monarchy would truly be new, kinder, fairer, more mindful of the scars of the realm, remained to be seen. But Sansa Stark was determined to play her part in shaping it, to ensure the North would never again be dragged into tyranny. She drifted into an uneasy sleep, lulled by the distant clang of hammers and the flicker of lantern light in the corridor. Far below, the city sprawled like a wounded beast, uncertain if it was about to heal or succumb to old hatreds. But for the first time, perhaps, there was a glimmer of genuine hope that this new queen, tempered by the advice of those who had seen the darkest horrors, might at least offer a respite from perpetual strife. Sansa clung to that hope, as stubbornly as the last snows clung to the northern hills in spring, refusing to melt away.